There he is.
Let's see, what was this one?
You're ready.
It's next to you.
Okay, I'd like to call to order this study. I just came from a memory care. You have to give me a break here. Special study session of October 16th, 2024 at 2 o'clock even. And I'll turn it over to.
Thank you, Council. We're actually going to start off, before we get into comp plan, discussing the Stewart Road Bridge Construction Contract Award. I'll turn it over to Associate Engineer Andrew Leach.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be relatively quick, but we've taken the next exciting step towards replacing the Stewart Road Bridge. So this agenda bill for you is for the construction contract award. But we held the project bid opening yesterday morning and we received 5 total bids. The parent low bidder is Sakani Incorporated. Their bid amount was for $29,709,327.23. So one of our bigger projects. The engineer's range for the project was between 22.5 million and 29.5, or 22.5 million and 29.5 million. So we're just right at that upper limit of the engineer's range. Sakani, they were the contractor who did the Traffic Avenue interchange with 410. They built that bridge for us a few years ago. So we've worked with them on the past. They'll have 189 working days, 199 working days to complete the project. So for this afternoon, I was just asking for a motion to move this item to a regular council meeting, and if it's approved, we're planning it to take it to next Monday's council meeting on the 21st, and it will be under new business, and there we'll ask a motion to award the construction contract to Sakani.
Do we have a motion for that?
I make a motion to award contract to Canyon.
Sakani.
Anyway.
Is that
I'll
what you
second it.
needed? Is that what you needed, Andrew?
Yeah, there's no
Okay.
need for a formal
No.
vote.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just that
To move it forward.
this is a procedural
Oh.
thing. Once it normally go to committee, but because of our tight timeline, we need to bring it to a study session so it can be approved next week. As a reminder, we do have an interlocal with Pierce County that we have to give notice to proceed by mid-November on this project, or we risk losing their funding, which is $4.3 million.
How many bids did you have?
5.
5 bids? That's good.
And you said the number of working days to complete it is
890.
$8.99. Okay, that's what it says there, but I just wanted to double check. I thought he said $199 too. so.
See, that's
How
a
short,
road.
how short are we from the grants to the bid? Because I know you got a bunch of grants, the total.
That's a good question.
And then we share that with other,
Yeah. So most of it's covered by grants. There's a wide variety. I don't have the exact short. Trying to think. I don't have it off the top of my head, but
Michael's maybe got the answer for you.
Go ahead, Michael.
Michael, go ahead.
Come on, Michael Kosa.
You're on mute.
They're happy, but
Okay, can you hear me now?
yes.
Sorry, I think I had to get promoted. And I don't know how to turn my camera on at the moment, but that's okay. You know what I look like. Yeah, we were anticipating about $5 million less. If you add all of our grants up, we have kind of a $5 million shortfall between what we were hoping the project was going to bid at to what we are at right now. We are going to strategize to see if there are ways to see if any of the project funding partners can add funds to that. We do have a combination where there's a few different sources, and odds are we'll be talking about a budget amendment for TIF fees. That's really our first backstop internally, or recommending that as a pot of money to fund this from, because we do have quite a bit of TIF fees that we would plan to use on this project. So it really will come down to that plus any sort of increases that the funding partners may be able to provide. I'm not totally confident in that because we have a large amount of funding partners that have maxed out a lot of their efforts on to help us out on this one. It's a very sizable project, even for a lot of the grant funders that we have. So we're going to talk about strategizing about where to ask for any additional funds and kind of go from there. But that's about where we're at.
I'll just add, there is sufficient funding in our TIF account to make up the difference. Alternatively, if we don't make up the difference, like I said, we risk that $4.3 million from Pierce County, as well as future cost increases as time goes on. This is a rather complex project. It's 899 working days, but it's 3 years, correct, Andrew?
Possibly 4.
So it's a very, so when you look at a bridge project, it's much more complex than your typical overpass because we're working over water.
So can I try to figure out, so maybe I missed it, but so the range of the engineer's estimate was like 24 to 29. We're right about at the top end of that, but where's the shortfall coming in? Is it because we thought it would come in at the lower estimate when we started the project? Is that?
Yeah, we were kind of predicting about 24 million.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Barbara?
Do you know how many days the bridge will be closed, so that no traffic can go from 167 up to Lakeland Hills?
So the plan is to be able to maintain traffic over the bridge. We'll build the new bridge, or 2/3 of the new bridge next to the existing one.
Okay.
Once that 2/3 completed, we'll close the old bridge, move everybody on to the new 2/3, demo the old, and then build the rest. So we'll keep traffic moving throughout the project.
Oh, okay, that's good to hear, because it'd be a big inconvenience.
It's the kind of same process we did for the Cannery Bridge. So. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
So next up on the agenda is the start of our comprehensive plan review. We're going to be talking about 10 of our elements. I'll turn it over to Senior Planner Ann Siegenthaler.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Jason said, this is the start, the first meeting in a series of meetings. We've got about 3 scheduled where we're going to take pieces of the comprehensive plan update, work through them in segments. We don't want to overload you too much in one sitting. So this will be the first meeting, and then we have another meeting coming up October 28th. And then you'll have another follow-up meeting, similar material on November 12th is the plan. So this is the first. And I will just go ahead and share my screen. I have a presentation. Sharing is not turned on. Let's see. Just a minute here.
Just change something.
Try again. There we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. So what I'd like to do is show you a slide presentation, and we have 10 elements or chapters to go through. And I'd first like to give you kind of a brief overview. And then for each chapter, I'll have a slide with some bullet points. And then I'd like to put on the screen that exact chapter with all the legislative strikeouts and underlined. So if you want to scroll through that with me, I could show you what the changes are, and you could stop if you have questions about a specific section or paragraph. So
Can you expand it to slides can take up the whole screen?
yeah, I'll see if I can do that. There we go. So our goals for this meeting, as I mentioned, is give you a brief overview of the entire comprehensive plan update, timeline and process, and then I'd like to try to get your feedback on these 10 draft elements. We've talked about this at a previous meeting. Why do we have to update our comprehensive plan? Well, it's the State Growth Management Act requirement. It requires cities every 10 years to do this extensive major update. And so for Sumner, that's 2024. We also have, as I'm sure you're aware, a number of new legislation bills that require us to update, for example, our housing code and our densities and so forth. So we're trying to address all of that in this 10-year update. The comprehensive plan update, it's not just the comprehensive plan, but it's the plan and its regulations, it's the capital facilities plan, the transportation management plan, and then part of that is also the draft environmental impact statement. And then throughout this whole process, part of the comprehensive plan update is public outreach. Public outreach has been ongoing since we started this back in January of 2023. And our outreach, just a quick summary, it includes a number of avenues for reaching people: the city e-news and social media, city printed newsletter that gets delivered, a flyer that we direct mail and distribute at community events. And then we've had several open houses as well. And in addition to that, we've had public meetings and hearing notices go out to let people know about opportunities to participate. The comprehensive plan itself, there are 18 elements, and we're going to look at 10 of those today. The 10 elements we're going to look at are community vision, community values, plan monitoring, amendment, governance and permit, community character, family and human services, economic development, essential public facilities, parks and open space, and shorelines. And then at your next meetings, you'll be getting into the housing element, land use element, regulations for housing, climate and environment elements, new critical areas regulations, new historic and cultural resource regulations, and new historic cultural resource element, transportation related plans, capital facilities plan, and also the utilities element. So that's just to give you an idea where we are now and what you'll be looking at in the next couple of meetings. For process and timeline, the Planning Commission held study sessions throughout 2023, 2024. We issued the draft EIS for the comprehensive plan in March 2024, and that had a 60-day public hearing, or excuse me, public comment period between March and the end of April. And then the commission held a public hearing on April 4th. And then the commission had study sessions after that to talk about the comments they received. So we received the final recommendations from the Planning Commission in September of 2024. And their advisory to the City Council. So what I'm presenting to you is a package of the Planning Commission recommendations for your consideration, and then final decision on that. We expect that we'll have a public hearing with the City Council sometime this fall, and we're hoping that the council will make a decision on adoption in first quarter of 2025. So the first chapter in the comprehensive plan, is this visible to everyone? It is kind of small.
Could you do
I
control,
could do, yeah.
control L?
It's just,
There you
it's
go.
harder to do page down. Is
Oh,
that a
okay.
little better for everyone?
Yeah, it is.
The first chapter in the comprehensive plan is just an overview of what the comp plan is, what the regulatory framework is, the different types of legislation that guide the comprehensive plan update. And this is what it looks like. These are in your packet. And we've tried to show the changes in purple text, so they're easy to see, underline and strike out. So I'll just go through this and just stop me if you have a question. So again, the planning context, something about the Growth Management Act, how we coordinate with state and regional goals. There, as you I'm sure know, there are a number of different agencies like Puget Sound Regional Council. We have Pierce County countywide planning policies that the comp plan has to respond to. And and then the next section in the introductory chapter is just an overview of comprehensive planning history at the city of Sumner, starting way back in 1994. I think you were here even then, Ryan.
Not quite.
And this is something that's in the comp plan, always has been. Every city has this, where we just have a running tally of what we've done over the years to get to the 2024 update. And and then there's a list of associated documents that support the comprehensive plan and come out of the comprehensive plan, like the environmental impact statement, and then our transportation management plan, our parks and open space plan, stormwater, water, sewer comprehensive plans, and so forth. All of those implement the comprehensive plan. And I know you're very familiar with those various plans. That's really kind of the main content of introduction. Did anyone have any questions on
Any
that?
questions? No? Yes, ma'am.
If I could interject just a bit. So you saw that our plan has to be consistent with the Growth Management Act, which is at the state level. And then there's a regional, the Puget Sound Regional Council. There's a 4-county regional area that our plan also has to be consistent with their Vision 2050, their transportation plan. And then it comes down to the countywide planning policies. So then countywide, we have to be consistent. And all these policies and elements are similar, environment, transportation, economic development. There's a lot of land use, housing. It's a lot of similarities. But ultimately, our plan has to be approved by Puget Sound Regional Council for consistency with the regional plan. And what's important about that is we have to be approved by them. They go through a checklist. There's a certification process. But then that also is also a requirement for us to have our transportation plan certified through Puget Sound Regional Council, which is really has to be certified through them, because they, in order to receive federal funds for these big transportation projects like Stewart Road Bridge. Kind of the carrot and stick or incentives or whatever you want to call it, we have to be consistent in order to receive federal funding through the Puget Sound Regional Council. Anyway, just wanted to kind of put that out there in terms of levels of consistency in some of these different layers that we have, from state to regional to county to local.
So does that happen before it's actually sent to the state? Do you get all of those certifications and then?
They're looking at it right now and gonna give us
Okay.
feedback.
Okay.
Yeah, we should have an understanding before it goes to the state.
And I'll also add that when we issued the draft comprehensive plan and EIS back in March of 2024, that was a 60-day comment period for the public, but also primarily for agencies. So we heard from the SRC and the county and State Department of Commerce and Department of Fish and Wildlife. And that's their big opportunity to look at each city's comprehensive plan, weigh in. And so what you will see throughout your review process is you'll see where our plan is actually has a direct response to some agency comment. There might be a specific policy wording that they asked us to change. So that's part, it's an iterative process for sure. But then in the end, it does, once we adopt the plan, then it does start that there's a final process where the agencies could appeal our comprehensive plan if it's found to be inconsistent. So that's where the really important transportation plan certification comes in, that Ryan was mentioning. So I'm trying to blame everything else on other agencies.
You did a good job.
So if they find something that they don't like, they can change that, and we have no
They
say.
will ask us to change it, and we have in certain instances, and in other instances, we've had discussions with the agency and arrived at a compromise that we think works better for Sumner. It might not work for Sumner as it might for Tacoma or some larger jurisdictions, so. We won't know for certain if we've hit the mark until that final period, but we believe that we've addressed all their comments and that they're gonna be fine with what we've done.
I'll just add on, we have heard from members of the public, and I know some of you have even asked us, well, what if we didn't follow this state law, for example, when it comes to this new legislation they've been proposing? Well, the state has also done a good job of tying it directly to a comprehensive plan cycle. So it's not just the grant money that Ryan is talking about, the federal dollars. It's also, they could go after other state shared revenues like sales tax, liquor tax, all those other things that we get could be in jeopardy if we do not have a comprehensive plan that adopts those state laws. And have they ever done that to a city? They've come close. They've never gotten that far because the other, is it Chelan?
Chelan County.
Chelan County almost had it happen to them.
Do you know what they were disagreeing with at all?
A lot of different things. They were kind of, I don't remember, but it was kind of GMA in general. They were opposed to doing a lot of things that was asked for and took it kind of right to the line. And there were, of course, letters and legal things going back and forth, and they finally
Caved.
Pat, do you have?
I do. This is somewhat related, but you are retiring soon. This has been your project. I don't think you're gonna be here in January or in 2025.
I won't, right, Ryan?
as far as I know.
There's a lock on my cubicle, I don't know why.
I'll say in honor of Ann Siegenthaler.
No, I'll have this meeting with the council and I'll be here for the October 28th meeting, and then Ryan will take it through the final stretch. So, but this has been, I think we've got a really good plan so far. So this was probably 90% of the work.
No, for sure.
It's probably
Just
done,
letting
so.
me kind of skate it over the finish line. Anna's done tons of work on this. Really, really appreciate it. A lot of detail, a lot of managing consultants and all the different changes in state law, and she's done a fantastic job. So she's gonna take me right over the finish line. I've got the easy part now, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cole. Okay, so next I want to talk about the community vision chapter, and then community values chapter comes after this. These are really statements about the community's aspirations. They're not policies, but they do help inform the rest of the policies that the council will be looking at. So the community vision element has been updated to reflect more current demographics. There's more emphasis now on walkable neighborhoods. We de-emphasize the focus on single-family residential neighborhoods because our town is changing. We're going to see more multifamily, more middle housing. It's not going to be a focus on single-family only. So we've added text about allowing other housing types, acknowledging that we do have two areas where we want to allow higher density in Town Center and East Sumner. The vision includes protection of natural resources. That keeps going forward. We have new text that includes consideration of environmental justice in our city projects. And there's language that includes support for visual and cultural arts. And we've added encouragement for innovative incubator businesses.
Can I ask
So-
a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the de-emphasis of single-family housing, is that something that was driven by another higher agency, or is that driven by, what's that driven by?
No, that's,
GMA?
this is not something that other agencies are going to drive. This was more of staff and planning commission looking at the reality of what our community might look like in 10, 20 years, where there will be, and that's not to say some of the neighborhoods that are primarily single family are gonna change with big, huge apartments. It's just acknowledging that community-wide, we're gonna have a different pattern of housing types. And so it's suggested that we de-emphasize the focus on single family only and be more inclusive and talk about multifamily. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I would say that the state law is requiring us to allow at least 2 units per single family lot.
And 2 ADUs,
Yeah,
yeah.
2 ADUs
Yeah.
is definitely part of that. I also want to point out that we've had a low-density residential zone since the first comprehensive plan was adopted in 1995. Because at one point in time, in 1995, when we had first adopted that comp plan and regulations, we actually allowed up to 1 fourplex per block with a conditional use permit. That was kind of a trade-off between raising densities for housing in one part of town for apartments versus kind of dispersing, if you will, multifamily around, which is not unlike, or it's very similar to what the middle housing stuff does today in terms of our current state law. So that's why we call it low-density residential, and you have the whole time I've been here, because it was intended to allow for some multifamily from back then. It wasn't just a single-family residential zone.
My interpretation of the de-emphasized focus on single family only include residents, not just owners. It, to me, that would interpret that the community vision is about everybody that lives in the city. So you don't have to be a
That's the
homeowner.
idea.
Yeah, there's so many apartments and multifamily coming in that I think for years, everybody thought of this as a small little town, that everybody owned a little house on a little street with a little sidewalk. And now, as it's growing, it's all inclusive. I mean, I personally know a lot of young people that live in the apartments and feel that this is their town just as much as people that I know that own homes. So
Good.
that's how that spoke to me. So I'll be interested to see how that kind of gets interpreted throughout the vision. You know, it's pretty good.
And historically, about half of the housing units in town have been rented
Mm-hmm.
for decades.
Yeah.
That's been an ongoing
Yeah.
housing fact in Sumner.
Barbara, did you have
So
something?
you have include support for visual and cultural arts and awareness of history. So how do you anticipate that awareness of history? What does that mean?
Yeah, so further on in this process, you'll be looking at the historic and cultural resources chapter. And there's more in there. There are actual policies in there that talk about promoting events that celebrate the wide range of Sumner's heritage, for example. And visual, there's a policy in there. It might be in community character, which we'll get to here in a minute too, that talks about supporting visual arts around town with murals and that kind of thing. So these aspirations here kind of set up the policies that follow.
Okay.
But this is, and getting back to what Mr. Elfer said, these are not directed by the state. They're reflecting what we think is the community vision, and that's gonna be up to council to tweak the wording if you're not comfortable with something.
Anybody else? Where we move on?
And here is, I'll scroll through this. So again, this is just a statement that these are aspirations. Protecting natural resources. There's a shift here from stating that we are an agricultural town, because again, that has been shifting over the years. It doesn't mean we can't recognize that history, but there's some de-emphasis there on being an agricultural town. So looking at our heritage, but also looking forward, keeping a small town heritage, not necessarily an agricultural heritage. It's hard to see my cursor there, isn't it? Community layout. This is where the wording tried to become a little more inclusive. There's an emphasis on being still a walkable community and having pedestrian corridors throughout the community, and recognizing the role that our downtown transit station plays in connecting people, and homeowners and residents and businesses are taking care of their properties, and we're maintaining investments in our infrastructure and streets, and let's again, walkability. Not a lot of changes there. Here's where some of the language updates reflect what we were just talking about in terms of the change in residential character. So rather than predominantly owner occupied, which is from 1994, in this update, we're looking at more mixed housing. And for example, there's wording here where multifamily is found, so we're acknowledging that there's going to be more multifamily, but they're well designed and they have attractive features and they provide outdoor spaces for people. Again, looking at allowing other housing types. And this language was updated so that rather than again, focusing on owner-occupied housing, we're acknowledging in this language that we're going to still have small, single-family residential neighborhoods, such as downtown, that you see when you walk around City Hall. So there will be places where we'll have that kind of character, and then other places, such as Town Center and East Sumner, where we're going to have more housing options for different types of housing and different lifestyles, different demographics. Environment, there's still language in here that maintains the community's priority for maintaining our natural environment, and there's language in here. One of the requests or requirements really by the state is that comprehensive plans, this 10-year round, address environmental justice and impacts of decisions on the historically underserved population. So throughout the comprehensive plan, you'll see some of these terms and this language. This isn't necessarily a policy, but it reflects an aspiration that the Planning Commission supported, that we're going to look at the environmental implications, environmental justice implications of different cities and planning decisions that we make in the future. Maintaining the city's desire for adequate parks, recreation, and open space, and not a lot of change there. New language here under history and culture. There's some language that talks about celebrating our agricultural heritage, but also acknowledging that our history is also the result of the traditions of indigenous and ethnic communities that have been here as well. And economic development, not a lot of changes there, but there is some language to encourage small incubator businesses. Governance, some new text open to being more accessible, government being more accessible, and and using a variety of communication methods to reach a broader audience. So that's pretty much it for community vision. Any
Any
other
questions?
questions on that?
What would be considered a small incubator business?
I bet it has some good examples.
I probably just need one. I'm envisioning a
I'm
million
trying to
things,
find-
but I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I think an example would be the commissary kitchen that we're
okay.
funding, we're helping fund, with the ARPA dollars. Because, getting into a food truck is a fairly low bar for starting a business, and then that, helps and augments it, so. that
Got
kind
it.
of thing.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Andy?
I really would like, I know there's a lot of new terms like environmental justice and inclusive and all this stuff. I really prefer, like, I think on the section on environment, it says like consideration is also given to environmental justice implications, disproportionate exposure of communities of color. I'd rather try to keep everything, in my opinion, regarding race out of it. I'd rather just say like maybe underserved populations or something a little more generic, because I feel like I just don't think you need it. I just don't think the code needs to have reference to, I think there's been in the past, there's been some stuff, and I feel like I'd rather not be, I'd just rather keep it more like underserved communities or underserved populations,
Generic?
more generic, because I think at the end of the day that this is like a 10 or 20 year thing, so I just feel like the population is changing, and I just don't want to limit it to those kind of things.
I would say, it's an interesting point that you make, and when we went through the planning commission, and again, these terms are scattered throughout the comprehensive plan update. When we went through the planning commission, we used the term historically underserved communities. And there were a lot of questions about what does that mean? Who are those people? So we've tried to, in some ways, expand this to better explain and define what those are. And so that's why we've added, such as disproportionate exposure of communities of color. These are definitions out there in from state agencies, social service agencies. Typically, it's communities of color and the poor. Those are the demographics that are typically exposed to environmental hazards, typically get a freeway built right through the middle of their historic community. They tend to be, have neighborhoods located closer to landfills and, toxic factories and so on. So I understand what you're saying, and we could certainly modify the language as the council desires, but that's the reason we have those terms in here. We're not saying particular race, but it is a fact that it's communities of color and the poor that are affected.
And I'm just noticing that there's like Russian immigrants and there's Haitian immigrants and there's lots of people that are they're moving. And I feel like to me that not all of them have different colored skin. They just come from a different place with different cultural norms. And so to me that it isn't necessary to put that in there, because I feel like there's people that are going to be, if their people are treated differently, then we should treat them equitably, which is also add in the comp plan. So I think that's good. But I don't know. I think that's a little narrow. But I prefer not to use that.
Would you agree that most of those immigrant communities are poor, would be considered low income? They typically are.
A lot of times, yeah, they're coming here for opportunities, yeah, so they don't.
Do you think that term poor would capture some of those other demographics you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so, because to me, it's the external characteristics that I would like to avoid, because to me, it's people are people, and I think that categorizing people based on hair color, skin color, it's just, to me, I'm like, I feel like I want to move past that, that's all.
Barbara, go ahead.
So I'd like to agree with Andy, because I think it kind of perpetuates, this idea that if you're a person of color, that you're not always valued as high as you should be. And I just think, why should we have that in a document that's going to be lasting until 2050? And so I would also agree with Andy. I'd like at least the word color taken out.
I know, it's
agree with
shocking.
you.
And it's shocking because I agree with her and I agree with you, so.
But maybe we should ask Pat,
Yeah.
what is your feeling?
Well, I don't even know that there are specific areas or communities within Sumner where underserved people or people of color live. I don't even know that that exists. But from the description of the individuals that we talked about, they're all people of color, is the way I see it. Yeah. So I don't really have a preference.
I just recognize one of the challenges and these terms that are really being used by agencies right now, you know, say in the last decade or so. Those terms may change by 2044. And so when this next round of comp plan updates occurs, there will be that task of going through and removing some of these obsolete terms. But we are trying to address the standard definition that agencies and social service agencies use. But you don't have to do that here.
I do like what the verbiage Pat just used, though, the underserved, because I don't know that it has anything to do, I agree with you, you know, people of color, but I mean, and we're talking about Sumner, but having volunteered a lot at Alpac Junior High, there's a very strong Latino community and they're very poor. They live in the trailers along the side of the road, the utility trailers. So, I mean, it's everybody's perception. So I think it is a little more like the underserved, that can lend itself to anything. You know, there's a gal over here on Kincaid that's having to sell her house because she is underserved. She can't afford to stay here in the town, but she's not a person of color. She's underserved, right? So when I like that word, you're really trying to make it something that fits this broad spectrum of people. So I understand your point about utilizing verbiage that others in the state do, but if it doesn't fit, I don't think we need to beat a square peg into a round hole. You know, we need to find the words that will apply to our community here, is kind of my thought.
Should the council as a whole be comfortable if this phrase read as such as disproportionate exposure of underserved communities and the poor to pollution?
I could buy
So
that.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes wording is really important, you know.
People draw a picture with what they hear or read, right?
Well, and for example, in the complement, one of the terms that was used throughout, since the plan was adopted in the 90s, is the term citizens. And so we've revised that to include residents so that it's just
Yeah, I like
more
that.
inclusive. And I wouldn't say it's an offensive term, but it just, by looking at those nuances, you know, of these terms, you just get to be a little more inclusive and sensitive.
Can I just throw out, I agree with the direction you guys are going, but is poor the right word or should it be low income?
Yeah.
Because I mean, when you look at adjusted median income, right, we use that a lot. And if you look at the east side of Sumner and the north residential side, kind of north of Main Street, our AMIs are actually much lower than the rest of the community. So I just don't know if poor, that word is bothering me still, and I think that might be a better choice.
And also, everybody's definition of poor is different. I mean,
Right.
I can consider someone who's poor that may not,
I mean,
Andy may not think is poor.
so low income is less than 80% of AMI. So if you just go low income, I mean, then there's very low and extremely low, and I don't know, talking to the planners, does that line up well with the housing where we are talking a lot about AMI?
Yeah, absolutely does. Yeah, because HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Federal Agency defines those low income very low income, extremely low income members, in order to, you know, rate housing and determine appropriate rental rates and all that kind of thing. So I think that would be a good, low income would probably be a better term there than poor, just in terms of how it all starts to fit together
I
with the
agree.
policies.
Yeah, I like it.
Totally agree.
So we could have wording, that is, exposure, consider, environmental justice implications of proposed projects and policies such as disproportionate exposure, of underserved and low-income communities.
That sounds like factual and broad. That's, I like that.
It doesn't point out any certain group. You know.
Okay,
Thank you.
Did you skip, is history and culture part of that one, or is that the next one?
pardon?
Is history and culture the one we talked about, or is that the next one?
We're gonna get into the details of history and culture, I think even later, like it's in a different meeting. isn't it?
Yeah, it's at the next meeting on October.
Oh, I was just looking, oh, okay, I was looking at one of the pages on the packet and I was gonna ask you a question.
Yeah, there's, sure, I can go back to that.
Pass it out.
Uh-huh.
Very
This is,
accurate.
this is kind of the vision statement but the details of this will be in the historic and cultural element.
I had a similar comment on that one, 'cause and I think it's really, again, it's kind of a much more of a current thing than it is a long-term thing, because it has a statement that says, celebrating the agricultural heritage as well as the traditions of indigenous and ethnic communities, which I think is fine, but I would almost rather keep it more broad and say the traditions of all communities in the area. Like, I wish it wouldn't say, because indigenous is really emphasizing two different. And maybe these people are underserved, but I feel like it's really specific because it doesn't emphasize. Like it could say religious communities. In 10 years, people might say, well, religious communities are treated bad. So to me, it's really narrowing it. When you say indigenous and ethnic, it's two different communities that are really narrow instead of keeping it broad. So to me, in the same vein, I would rather say as well as the traditions of all in the community, or something a little bit more broad. To me, those are very specific groups
Yeah,
of people.
And there's, I hear what you're saying, there's a reason that they're very specific, because those are typically ignored and not mentioned in most plans, and that's been the case in our comprehensive plan. There's a lot of language in here that talks about our settlers left us this beautiful town, and so this was very intentional to very specifically say, well, we have this great agricultural heritage that we acknowledge in a lot of our events, but we also have indigenous and ethnic communities who have contributed to our history as well. So that is intentional to single those two things out. The council may not agree with that, but that's the context there.
I think it's a matter of respect. I think it needs to be said that way. That's my opinion.
Why was it intentional on those two?
Because they're traditionally left out. Those terms are almost absent in our plans. And especially when we talk about history and culture, this was intentional to bring those to the forefront, those two groups to the forefront, to say it's not just the white Anglo settlers, the Wooleries and the Ryans and all of those, it's all of these other people who have contributed to our history.
You know, and I'll say our walking tour, it's something that our DEIB committee's been working on, and when you look at our historical walking tour, it focused on some people, but it completely ignored the Chinese Exclusionary Act. It completely ignored the Japanese internment, let alone that the Puyallup tribe or the Muckleshoot tribe was here long before settlers came over on the Natchez Pass. And that's something that as staff, and I think I know our planning commission, everybody feels that we have to correct that. We can't keep on just saying that Sumner started in the mid-1800s when they came over the Natchez Pass on a wagon train. Can't do that. It's not appropriate anymore, in my opinion.
That's what I was looking for. That's what I was trying to understand.
Comfortable moving forward with
You good?
maybe?
I fine. I just feel like
You'll have another chance when we get to history and cultural.
It's fine. I just think that we tend to overcorrect sometimes. I think the correction is, I understand the correction, I think that's good. But as a long-term planning document that goes a long time, I just am afraid that I see overcorrection happening in some areas. And I'm like, I'm also wary of that. So anyways, it might be fine if everyone
Well,
doesn't agree to that.
All you're asking is that it reads something like, "in community events celebrating all of the traditions."
Yeah, I like the idea of including all, because I'm like,
Yeah.
what if you remember two people that have been forgotten, two groups that have been forgotten, and then
There's
10
probably
years,
4 more.
there's probably 4 more. So I'm just like, who else did we forget? Because I think remember including everyone who's forgotten or maybe overlooked is very good. But it just to me, those are two different groups, and I'm like, there easily could be more. But anyways, I just feel like
Well, and keep
You
in
should be a
mind, the
lawyer.
key word in this phrase is as well as indigenous and ethnic.
Yeah, and the indigenous and ethnic, we don't specifically say Puyallup Muckleshoot tribe or Japanese, Chinese, or whatever other ethnic community.
yeah, we can. It's not like I said.
There is some similar language, like I say, when we get to the historic and cultural resources section, possibly even when we get to community character, which is coming up, so you could take a look at that and, but that's, I hope you understand the idea.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Why those were called out.
Yeah.
Community values. This is just really updated, similar kinds of aspirational statements. We've updated it to reflect more current city characteristics, more inclusivity in terms of diversity. We have talked about safety in terms of treating each other with respect and helping each other. We've added text about having a fair and fiscally responsible government, and added text about providing a more inclusive educational system. And so here's the actual text. Just an acknowledgement that Sumner's made up of all kinds of people with different backgrounds, and not much. You'll notice throughout the document, throughout the comp plan, there are some terms used in here very deliberately. Again, climate change, climate resiliency. Part of that is driven by a state requirement that comprehensive plans must address climate change and resiliency. And so there were some, I will say, easy ways for staff to kind of get some of those terms into the comprehensive plan. Again, these are not policies, but that's why you see these terms, climate change. We're trying to address state reviewers who are looking at this. Oops, sorry. There's a statement about safety, that one of the ways we maintain safety in the community is we treat each other with respect and help each other out. Government, again, being responsive and fair. Foresight, the city looks ahead. We go through these long-range planning exercises. Stewardship, this is about again, the environment. And here's another place where we took out the settlers of Sumner left us with this valley. Well, they really didn't. So again, just updating some of those terms to reflect really more accurately what Sumner's history is. And education and human services, we try to be inclusive in our education. This is not a statement saying that the school system isn't inclusive, but it's just saying this is the community value, that we appreciate inclusivity in our school system. So any questions on that?
Any questions? Yep, very good.
Plan monitoring and amendment is a required chapter that we have to have, and it addresses emergency amendments, giving the council the authority to enact emergency updates if needed, And there's a new policy about the urban growth area and not reducing that if the city might need it for future growth. So here's the chapter itself. This is really a pretty short, straightforward chapter. We're looking at adding language that allows us to update the comprehensive plan. There are certain state requirements about when we have to do that. But we're adding the policy in here that will allow the council to not have to update the comprehensive plan every 2 years if we're allowed to do that. Here's a new provision about emergency amendment. This is actually a state requirement. Every comp plan has to have something in here that addresses how we're going to handle an emergency amendment if we needed to, outside of these regular periodic reviews. And it was important to staff in the Planning Commission to make sure we had a policy about the urban growth area that that allows us to retain the land within our urban growth area if we need it for future development or future expansion, for example, for housing. And that's pretty much it for that chapter. Any questions on that one?
Questions? Barbara, you good? Yep. They're good.
So as far as urban growth, there's just nothing we're gonna do down 162nd anymore. 166.
Well, okay.
I mean, a long, 10 years ago, that was the big push, and it's not.
Down by Winco going down in that
down
area,
that
okay.
direction.
So we do have a small UGA south of Winco on 166. It actually includes 14 parcels. The county right now is proposing to remove that from our urban growth area. We have submitted a comment letter saying that we are opposed to that, as well as the major property owner down there has submitted the same. What the county ultimately does during their comprehensive plan is to be determined. And it may result in some changes in the council here is going to have to take into consideration. I know the significant property owner down there has floated the idea of asking for annexation, and that could come at any day now.
I just know
But
we
the
have
big
water
Horton
main.
Junction, no, that's gone.
What about the, when the Y was considering moving across the freeway, and there was all that area west of Winco, and behind the car dealerships, is that still part of the urban growth area? Is it?
No, that,
Is
we were trying to expand the urban growth area during that process in 2010.
Yeah.
And we went through our plan, and then we took it to the county. The county attempted to amend their plan. And it was ultimately appealed to the Growth Management Hearings Board at the state level, and was found to be inconsistent with the Growth Management Act, and it was basically null and void.
Oh, okay.
So we went back and pulled it all out of our plans, and until, I don't know when we would pursue that in the future, because the reason it was found out of compliance is because it was considered urban growth on agricultural lands of long-term commercial significance, which looks at soil composition, productivity, and those kinds of things, which are physical and fundamental things that aren't really going to change in the future. So I think our chances of moving south is, under the current Growth Management Act, the way it's written, is pretty unlikely.
I just put on the screen the boundaries. So this is the city limit line here, and the green is the urban growth boundary. So you could see the parcels we're talking about. And so the Orton Junction annexation was actually looking at moving this green line.
Yeah, it's further south, all the way
Going
down
further
to
south, yeah.
76, I think it was, or something.
So the policy that we were just talking about is to essentially tell the county if we need this urban growth area for, let's say, to meet our housing capacity, we don't want to just automatically release that without going through a public process and with the council.
And while you have that up, might as well just show the other two large UGA areas, if you wouldn't mind.
You think I know where those are?
I can tell you where they are. You know where they are. All right, go up north just a little
Yeah.
bit. Once again, it's the red line's the city limits, the green line is the UGA. This is going up Forest Canyon, up to the intersection of Sumner Taps and Forest Canyon. So that includes part of the gravel pit that Merlino is currently working. All those new houses, if you go up Forest Canyon, that are
A little bit,
on
there
Lakeland.
it is.
Thank you.
It's better.
So it's a pretty significant area up there is in our UGA. And then the last one is actually out by our cemetery,
Mhm.
which is kind of a unique one.
And we're collecting sewage from all them guys. I didn't know if anybody.
Yeah, if maybe not all of them up on the hill, but anybody who's on sewer that's running downhill towards us. They're on Bonnie Lake Water, Sumner Sewer. So the cemetery is already in the city limits, that's that red, and then there's a bunch of unincorporated areas that are in our UGA that kind of run basically from 410 all the way, or excuse me, 167 all the way out to the edge of the cemetery there. Interesting enough, that's in our water service area. It's currently served by the city of Puyallup, and they are on our sewer system. Thanks, Ed.
Glad I had that.
Wasn't the PCRC trying to take away a little chunk of our UGA in that little, kind of by Orange Junction, too? That was
Mm-hmm.
really area. It was like a random little spot, right?
That's that area south of Winco I was just mentioning.
Then the next chapter is governance and permit process. This chapter has text updating, again, here is this historically underserved populations, updating language about how decisions might impact these communities, raising awareness about diversity and equity and inclusion, updating how city business is communicated to the public, providing broader avenues of communication, improving accessibility, streamlining our permit processes, and there's a new policy providing for tribal government participation in land use decisions. So I'll just jump right into that text.
Are the tribes always considered? Because I know for White River, they were a big factor of, whether that project would go forward, but how much do they get involved with other decisions the city has to make?
They do, we have a regular part of our process is sending notices of projects to the tribes, particularly when it involves resource lands like near the river and that kind of thing. This new policy actually comes directly from the countywide planning policies that were adopted that says comprehensive plans in Pierce County need to have specific language that shows we are going to include the tribes and give them opportunity to participate. Now, tribes may not, they may pick and choose what they want to participate in, but this policy, you'll see this language in a minute, it comes directly from the other agencies saying we need to include that. And Sumner's a little better than some other agencies, so apparently there was an issue out there and the tribes felt they were not being included in different cities at a meaningful level in the permit and planning processes. So we have this new policy there.
That sounds good.
Senior citizens are called older adults,
What's that?
Children,
Change it from
yeah.
senior
So
citizens to
there's
older
exactly, you will
Because we're all
see,
getting there.
you will see.
There.
Oh my
You will
goodness.
see in several places in the comprehensive plan where senior citizens has been updated to older adults. And we rely, I have to rely on agencies to say, hey, that term is outdated, could you please update it?"
Well, you have a challenging task.
So just adding some terms that are more inclusive. So here's that concept again, that, and this again is required by the state of all cities updating their comprehensive plans. Throughout the plan, we need to have language that shows we're addressing and considering impacts of our decisions on the historically underserved populations. And this wording is a bit different from the last wording we looked at, and it tends to be, it looks like it's a little broader.
It is.
So I wondered what you all think of that.
I like it. And groups vulnerable to displacement.
I like that part better. The historically
too.
one is, to me, I'm like, I wanna be fair to the people that are currently being underserved rather than historically underserved. But, cause I feel like that's a moving target, but
Well, the groups are changing.
that's what I mean. So like, the only thing I don't like is the word historically. Cause I feel like if historically the people that are underserved are different than the people that are currently being underserved, to me, then I'm like, maybe it's the same group of people, but it could be changing. I just
Yeah.
think so. That's all my.
Now, I think we get back to the common term that agencies and service agencies are using, because there are groups that have been historically underserved, and they're probably going to continue to be historically underserved through 2044. So that term is specifically used here because we want to be able to show the state that we're addressing that specific population that they've asked us to address. So that term it's very intentional. I understand what you're saying, that could be different in the future. But in the near future, it's probably not going to be different.
It just doesn't bother anybody else. It's fine.
Well, what's a group that's vulnerable to displacement? Can you give me kind of the next layer down on that?
Yeah, that could be, that's intentionally broad because it could be seniors, low-income seniors,
Older people.
low-income families with a single head of household, perhaps. They're, pardon,
Mobile homes.
mobile homes,
That's what I was kind
mobile
of,
home residents.
Also affordable, kind of low income typically.
The people who have a very small margin of error in terms of their income versus rents going up.
so I don't want to tip anybody over here, but I know quite a few young people in the community that are not heterosexual.
Yeah.
And I don't know where they fit in up here. And I know people in our community that are transgender. And I don't know where they fit up here. And so that's kind of why I was pinging on the, with Andy on the historical. I get why you're saying it. But this community, if you're really out in it, it is not the same community it was, I'd say even 10 years ago, of people. So I don't know, I don't know where I see them fitting in this. And I think they are our up and coming community, for lack of better words. Us older people, we're gonna kick off and do something else. And you know what I'm saying? It's,
Yeah.
so when I talk with my grandkids, I mean, they think I'm from the olden days. They say this stuff to me, but they're not. So, like, Grandma, did they have stone wheels when you learned to drive? That was literally a question in the olden days. No, was the answer. So I don't know where those groups fit. I don't know, is that in the groups vulnerable to
This-
displacement? Do you
me,
think?
that's exactly where they
It
fit.
isn't exactly.
Necessarily.
So if you recall, a minute ago, we were looking at the community values,
Uh-huh.
and there was language in there we updated and added of different genders, as
I saw that.
ethnicity, that, I don't know if that was exactly on target for that, but that was the idea there, to expand that, be broader.
They brushed it.
When we talk about distributing city resources and the cost of regulations, it doesn't, we could expand this, but this was primarily talking about people who are living where they reside and what type of place they reside in versus their ethnicity or their gender or how they identify.
Got it.
So that's what we mean by groups vulnerable to displacement, people who can't afford to live where they're living.
It's mostly income related,
Yeah.
the
Income-based,
the
okay.
vulnerability to displacement. You can't afford,
Yeah.
rents are going up and you can't afford to pay the higher rent.
Right.
You gotta find a place to move to. And that could be a combination of, you know, somebody buying an apartment development, fixing it up, and now the rents are up, you can't afford it, or they're coming in, they're purchasing a mobile home park and they're redeveloping it into, say, apartments. Now the folks that were living affordably in the mobile homes they're displaced, they have to go find.
I understand that, what you're saying, and I agree. That is not the conclusion I drew when I read that. That's all I'm saying. Not that it's, you know, it didn't hit me that way. That's not the picture I painted. The underserved population potentially could be the group that I was speaking to, but the word historically is there, so it doesn't quite
Yes, I see what you're saying.
touch it all.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm just thinking about, it says equitably distribute city resources and the cost of regulation. So I'm just trying to get up in there. I don't want to go down a rabbit trail. I'm trying to make sure I'm staying in line with, you know, two, they're equitably distribute city resources and the cost of regulation. So if I keep going back there, potentially it could speak to me that way.
Resources.
Yeah, so when the council's considering policy changes or transportation improvements or rezones, we want to take into consideration, you know, what's the demographic makeup, what's the income makeup of whatever area is being impacted by that policy choice or budget choice. And are we just serving, you know, areas that are, you know, the relatively higher incomes in the city, or are we serving areas that have historically had lower incomes, or a variety of racial makeup, that kind of thing.
I
Thank you.
wonder if, I understand what you mean by the term historically underserved, and again, that's a specific term that the agencies use. This might not be the best place to address what you're talking
It's
about,
not.
Ms.
I-
Bowen.
so I apologize.
But I'll just suggest something, I don't know if this makes it worse, but if there were language in here that said, address the needs of historically underserved populations, marginalized populations, using the term marginalized, is that too stigmatized?
It might be. You know, I guess what's gonna be key is when we read this, that the key statement, distribute city resources and the costs of regulations, then it speaks to me to a degree, but I don't know. Because I feel like if you start down that path, you could have a paragraph just on all the groups that you're thinking about.
Couldn't we take out historical? Because I think, you know, society changes all the time. So I think that's kind of the word that seems to be sticking, you know.
Because I feel like we're not
because it's
thinking of
changed.
today.
Yeah, right, and or the future, so. Anyway, Jane.
I have a suggestion. I think if we put the word "the" in front of historically and "the" in front of groups, then they're separate. They're obviously separate.
That's true. The underserved, the historically.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Mhm.
Well, good,
The
yeah.
groups vulnerable to displacement.
Would it make sense to also kind of to tie it back to the community culture changes you made earlier when you said underserved and low income communities? Because a good example of how we have applied this in real life, we're looking at doing all the sidewalks, right, for street trees. We looked at the Pierce County Equity Index, which looks at AMI, looks at street canopy, looks at a whole bunch of different things, and we said, you know, historically, we've done a lot of sidewalks down here, but we are not doing sidewalks up there. And we use that as justification to help say, you know, we need to spread our resources
Yes,
around.
yes.
And we used AMI, low income, as a determining factor. I don't know.
Similar to parks investments.
Yeah, parks investments
People
done the
invested
same way.
in parks.
So in real life application, I see that, right?
Yeah.
That makes total sense in my head. I will go back to, I don't know that I pull that out of that statement, so I'm just trying to see how it can, you know, it's all inclusive, right? That's what you guys are talking about. It's all inclusive for the town, whether you're on the east side, and people, Andy has said it before, if we could get somebody off the east side to come sit on the council. Well, just, you know, so we gotta kind of make it in totality, everybody.
Yeah, I wonder if keeping that in mind, there might be better places in the comprehensive plan for you to bring in
To
some,
touch on
some
it.
broader, language, because again, this is really talking about where people live, not so much what their lifestyle is like.
Right, right.
And,
When
and
you
I-
say it, that makes sense, that's why I keep going up to 2, but also the whole sidewalk thing, I mean, the way it's really being implemented in real life, that. I'm getting my head around. So that might be the low income element of it.
what you might think about doing is looking at the government services chapter, where we talk about, maybe there are some wording you could come back to the council and suggest for that chapter that gets more specifically at some of these groups, because I think what you're talking about is inclusivity when it comes to city services, right? We can't dictate in the comp plan that everybody treats everybody without bias, right?
Right.
But under the city's control, if we have the ability to say in policies that we, through our services and decisions that the city government makes, we are going to be sure that we're inclusive of all these different lifestyles and genders and identification. So would you mind doing that? Maybe looking at that chapter again and seeing if you want to
Yeah, I
add
don't mind.
something to that? Bring it back. Is that, Mayor, is that
Yeah, that's fine.
fine? And
Is there any changes of the council wants to see in this one, 2.2, like Deputy Mayor Cole said, by adding the word "the," or trying to align it with the previous? It's not dealing with, like, Councilmember Bowman is mentioning, this is more, does the word historically need to be in here, or should it focus on low income as well? Make it more broad.
well, again, because that term historically underserved is a recommended term from the agencies that we try to include in here. As uncomfortable as that is, and how I recognize that can change with the future, but that is a term right now that service providers use and have asked us to use, historically underserved.
I was on the planning commission when they started doing the amendment,
Yeah.
and I think that the infusion of specific loaded words was really frustrating, because I feel like it really feels like those are gonna change, and it feels like they're very, like, you just don't need them to make good policy, but there's a lot of them that are very shoved into the comp plan this time that I think they're not necessarily helpful. They actually sometimes I think are confusing, and they will probably change. So I think that's a struggle. It's good. I think it's worth talking about, because I think in 10 years from now, somebody's gonna be like, why did you guys do this? And we're gonna be like,
10 years, 5.
maybe it just seems like it changes quick, so, right now, so.
I'd just like to say, you know, Sumner's motto is a progressive small city. And yes, you say the agencies want that verbiage. Well, maybe we need to be the ones to take some leadership role and change that, you know, like take and.
Trailblazers.
Ooh,
Because-
we got a rabble rouser over there.
Well, I think that
That's true,
that's
though.
one reason why Sumner is a successful city, is because it doesn't always take, you know, what's been said before. You know, there's a lot of outside thinking, so that's just my opinion.
Well, I have a feeling that every time we run into these terms for the rest of the comp plan, and when you get to housing, I'm going to see that again. I'm just wondering what the risk would be if we just take out the term historically. Can we still face the agencies and say, yeah, we've got that. There it is. It says underserved. I don't know, Ryan, what's your opinion on that? I think the risk would be low.
Yeah, I
If
think
it
the risk is
causes the
low.
council some discomfort
I think we leave
using that, or
underserved.
it seems too narrow.
I think if we leave underserved in there, it's probably fine, most, if we took out historically.
At least try it. Worst thing they'll do is say, can you put historically here? Back?
Yeah, now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of some of the other terms. WashDOT seems to use the term overburdened, I think as it is, a lot.
Which is another problem, that different agencies use
Yeah,
different terms, and it's also
underserved.
changed. Historically disadvantaged was a term recently, now it's historically underserved, so.
Everybody just wants to be like, treat people fairly. I think that's what we are. So I feel like the way yeah, it's a little bit of a weird environment, I think, right now.
Okay, so it sounds like that's
Displacement.
sounds like that's,
It's about
does everyone agree that we could
landlords.
do that, take out the word historically?
I do.
I like it.
I'm good with it too.
Good.
Pick it up.
Sure.
And I would put in Pat's,
Those, yeah.
sorry, my glasses, I gotta change my glasses again to read. The underserved
The underserved and the
population and the
groups
groups
vulnerable.
vulnerable to displacement. I would put the and the
Yeah.
in front of those like she suggested.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Bowen, when I mentioned you could go back to a chapter if you wanted to add more verbiage, I meant like the community vision and values.
Okay, good, thanks. I took a note and I was gonna ask you.
Sorry.
I think it's low risk. I think what the state is really trying to get at is the loss of generational wealth that has occurred through redlining and things like that throughout the years. And that's why they're trying to say that we should be mindful of policies that we are making that might negatively impact those that have lost generational wealth or will continue to not benefit from economic growth in the future because of that lost wealth over 2, 3, 4 generations. I think that's where their head's at. is
That's
my-
why they want the word historically in
Yeah.
there.
I think the risk is low. I think they will pass it without it, like Ryan does, but I think that's their rationale.
That's why, okay.
And I'm not aware of any redlining that happened in our city, but doesn't mean that there weren't
Mm-hmm.
potentially discriminatory lending practices and selling practices, et cetera, that did occur.
And in this chapter, we also have the city's adopted mission statement. There's no changes in that, but it's still there. Recognizing that's kind of the mission statement that governs how the city does its daily business. Here's another equity statement. Ensure that regulations and enforcement measures are applied equitably across all segments of the community, considering unintentional impacts on diverse and underserved populations. So, Ms. Bowman, that might get at some of what you were asking about.
It does.
And in the permitting process, and again, this is directing how the city should conduct its daily business. So there's a policy in here about communicating regularly with developers and letting them know about upcoming policies and regulations, providing information to the public through a variety of media. And support and create communication avenues that reach historically underserved communities. And I was just thinking about taking out the word historically, if that significantly changes. But I think we could do that here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you follow out the rest of the policy, such as providing city information in multiple languages, and serving different, partnering with different organizations that serve the community. So, you know, for example, I don't think we have a Ukrainian church in Sumner. There's a big one, I think, in Puyallup. But if there were immigrant groups, for example, where there were some language barriers, this is suggesting that the city look at ways to better communicate with those groups. And also, we know that there are generational differences in how well people can communicate in English as their first language. So I think the intent is still there if we take out the term historically. Is the council in agreement with that?
You have
Yes, I
something?
have
yeah.
a question.
Go ahead, Andy.
On the point number six, one thing I'm noticing in the housing thing is there's a lot more, like the displacement comment above was about, a lot of those rules are mostly affecting like landlords, like Tacoma's made some big policies. So I'm wondering in the six, in the heading where it says communicate regularly with developers, business, industry, residents, it should include landlords. I feel like there's just a lot of pressure being put on landlords, and I think the city communicating with landlords to say, hey, we're gonna have more renters, then we should be responsible to communicate more with the owners as well, because a lot of the policy that's being changed has an impact on like the displacement thing, what I'm talking about. So like there's a lot of like rules like in Tacoma where if costs go up and they increase rent by over a certain percentage, then they're required to pay 2 or 3 months rent. So the landlords get a lot of those policies really affect a landlord in their decisions and how they run their business and if they want to do business here. So I think communicating with them is going to be more and more important because those policies are pushing more and more pressure on the cost on them. So I think-
Any disagreement?
I could buy into that.
We can add that. There's new language about streamlining permit processes, which we try to do anyway, to kind of constantly evaluate and monitor. But this policy helps further that goal. And here's some more about tribal participation. And again, this is in response to what the agencies have asked us to do to specifically show that we support tribal participation. And so there's a little bit of a context statement here about usual and custom areas, just acknowledging that where we're sitting was part of the usual and custom areas that and actually are still considered so under treaty rights. So here's the actual policy: recognize the importance of early and continuous tribal government participation, and provide meaningful and substantial opportunities for government to participate in our land use decisions. And this second policy, 8.2, continues what we're doing right now, but it puts that out there as our policy statement of what we're going to continue to do, and that is make sure they're included in our notices. And then that's just an illustrative diagram showing who was here.
Yeah, and if I could interject, the communication with tribes and including them in the planning process it was adopted as a requirement of GMA here more recently too. So it's a good idea, but it's also required.
What does it mean? What are the treaty rights that we have to be aware of? Was that a big question? I don't know. Like it says.
We, well, there was in this area, I'm not the expert on old treaties, but the Treaty of Medicine Creek, Jason, I think it was, the tribe ceded a lot of their land in return for allowing the government, US government, to allow them to continue to use the land. So the tribes consider this their land. So when we make a decision about expanding Stewart Bridge, for example, they're going to want to participate in a meaningful way, because that also is not only what they consider their usual and custom area, but it's also a project that could directly and significantly impact one of their important resources, the salmon. So we do have, there are treaties, but we as a government don't have to be experts in what those treaties are. We just have to acknowledge that we have to include the tribes in our land use decisions at the meaningful points.
So more engaging them in the discussion rather than, they don't have specific, like, you can't do this as much as.
Correct, that's not what this is about, yeah, and that is true of all of our permits. We might have neighbors that get a public notice and come to a public hearing and say, we don't want you to do this, this is a terrible idea. Don't build that bridge, don't build that building. It doesn't necessarily mean that the project stops, but it gives others the ability to participate and explain some of the issues that they have and be part of that public process. And of course, all these parties always have the ability to appeal, and they will. If we undertake a project that might have significant impacts and they believe we haven't mitigated the impacts adequately. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. It sounds like there's not, it's a specific, it's more like a just engage, the treaty is more like.
That's primarily what it is.
Today, but it could change. Our neighbors, like City of Fife, you know, they have quite a bit of land that is in either on the old reservation or it's in tribal trust. And when that happens, the city has a much more different role when it comes to permitting and zoning and code enforcement, police response, everything changes. Right now, we do have a couple parcels that are in tribal trust in our city. But they're like single-family residential type parcels. What Fife has seen over the last several years is the expansion of tribal trust land through the federal government, right? It used to be a long process, now it's being added into bills. Could happen here, and that would change. They were like doing it as an add-on to a budget bill or whatever at Congress. So rather than going the old traditional route that used to take a long time, it happens much more quickly now. And, you know, so they can, you know, enhance and protect their tribal treaty rights. And so it's important to adopt policies ahead of time in case it happens here, because it could happen here.
That's good to know. I'm glad I asked.
Again, just making sure the public has avenues to be involved in the permit process. So make sure we're looking at all avenues for communicating in public notices and so forth.
Traditionally, that one says tradition.
And that is it for that chapter, governance.
You know, just not to derail, but when you asked that question, it made me think of one of our boys owns a nice little piece of property up in the Summit Waller area. And right in his purchase and sale agreement that he had to sign, if he ever goes to sell, he has to give the first rights to the Puyallup tribe to buy his property. Fortunately, he's very good friends with the Satayacum family, so, and he drives for the school bus down at Chief Self, you know, down there in the valley, but yeah, I said, really? So, yeah, so they're kind of up there on that plateau, and they bought that big dairy, and they're kind of collecting up their land up there, so.
So that's something that treaty right, like by having treaty, I forget the term you used, but that gives them the right to do that in there.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, it is.
So that's why they bought the dairy on 72nd.
Yep.
So we are 90 minutes in and 40% of the way through. So we're a little bit behind, which is okay. Would you guys like a 5-minute stretch break? And I turned off the hold, so it'll start warming up again too.
It's starting to feel better. I would love a break.
Yeah.
So start back here at 3:40.
6 minutes.
I think those are gonna be repeated things.
Well, the bad thing is we ask questions.
I guess I can do that.
That helps.
So I'm really glad that they-
Let them run that way. and then
keep
we'll
it, so it's just, I feel like really focusing on behavior.
Turn.
You can hear, like,
No wonder I flunked English.
you're causing trouble in the community by hurting, you know, like, those are like.
One term can just
Yeah,
ruin the
one word.
whole
Oh,
thing.
yeah, well,
It just gets really weird. It's
can make a whole essay and just move right down the hill.
Change it all,
Well, and you know, the other thing is, the, I can't remember his name, I know it, I just, too many other things going on in my head.
Yeah, she wasn't
But
bothered
my
by it.
girlfriend, she lives right down here on Rainier, and her stepdad was one of the primary guys in the Puyallup tribe. He went to prison when they when they started gambling.
Oh,
Puyallups before the
Yeah.
casinos.
Oh, yeah.
He went for a lot of years, and then they started building casinos, and he
Yeah.
said, "Can I get out?" They said no. So he had to fight to get out, but it was him and another guy.
Satayco.
And I can't remember Denise's dad's name, but yeah, she lives right here in town. His ex-wife lives over in those lower towns.
3 years ago, did this and this, now we can, nobody
When
can
they
do
start
this.
talking about that, I'm thinking, boy, she's got double, she's got double things in her favor.
Jeez.
Grandpa had the farm here,
Yeah, we
the
could-
city was all divided up.
More nimble.
My grandpa had hired all the Indians
Yeah.
and housed them down there.
Yeah.
It's worth the risk, 'cause they
And
know it's a
then
risk.
on the other side of our tracks, they had all the
This thing is so litigious.
Mexicans,
Yeah.
all of that.
Did you do?
And then on the other
Debate.
side,
It was a debate.
I did hear.
the freeway, which wasn't a freeway then,
Yeah.
but they were all the
One of questions they
Orientals.
said, 'cause
Yeah.
one of things
That's how the
that
farms
Margaret
work.
said
Yeah,
was-
divided up.
Asian,
Yeah.
thank you.
Oriental's furniture.
Asians.
Well, that took me a long
Now
time.
you have 800. She said, "Tell
So
me
that's
about that.
how,
What's going
yeah,
on?"
and it's, if you really think about it, that's how it was
Government
just like
can do
a
it.
couple of years ago too.
Exactly.
So
No.
it
You
hasn't-
know, what you
so you
don't
have
understand
those
is that
three
the Attorney
groups.
General's office is
I
now a
remember my
profit center.
grandpa in the Puyallups and
He's
the
like, we're
Mont-
suing so many people,
So,
bringing
down
money,
there.
so that's why they're nervous, is 'cause
Yeah.
they're like, you don't wanna.
Oh,
So I think
I
that's
bet.
what his, the mentality in the last 12 years with the Attorney General is
So he hired-
very aggressive.
Yeah.
Well,
So it
it's
really
changing a
affects
lot,
you.
everything's
It's
changing,
not do
that's
that.
the
They're like,
problem.
Like with Chelan.
It's gonna keep
I know that's
changing.
what
That's the other
happened. That was
problem.
very much of an issue.
Well,
My car, though, I don't know.
exactly.
All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
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 Oh, yes,
Gavel.
dear.
Use your cut.
How's that?
That's fine, you should get that.
Okay.
Okay, so the next chapter or element we're looking at is called community character. And I expect the council will have a lot of comments on this. This slide is two pages. So I'll try to quickly go through these and then we can get to the actual text. Here again, we're changing the emphasis on single-family dwellings to be more inclusive and to call our desired character a small-scale residential character. There's a new policy about allowing reasonable advertising while protecting the community from adverse impacts. There's a new policy to support graffiti removal. We have a new policy, this is in our code, but we're adding the policy support to clarify that East Sumner allows ground floor apartments. A new policy supports alternative parking approaches in East Sumner. We have a new policy supporting what we call neighborhood centers. And I'll show you what that means. And a new policy to distribute streetscape amenities equitably. That gets back to the resources we were talking about and making sure that all the neighborhoods receive parks and street trees equally. A new policy supporting transit linkages to the transit station. And one of the other things in this chapter, which we've also done in the historic and cultural resources chapter that you'll see next week, is a couple weeks from now, we're replacing the specific reference to the Sumner Historical Society with a generic term about historic preservation organizations. We have a new policy clarifying what the actual historic downtown area is. There are policies that talk about historic. Likewise, we've replaced specific downtown and chamber group names with more generic names, because again, this plan has to last a while, and the names have already changed of these organizations. We've added a policy to implement our adopted 2021 Main Street Visioning Plan, a new policy to support alternative parking approaches in town center, a policy to implement the adopted East Main Street Design Strategy, new policy to maintain Tree City USA designation, and new policies about providing pedestrian connections and working to reduce through traffic. So I'll go into the text unless,
One question, just on
sure.
the general part. I noticed a couple times on the train, that was surprising to me that it needed to be stated, but there's a new policy on their wall that says something about sexual misconduct. And I was like, oh, that's weird. That means they must have had this happen on the train and they need to actually make a statement that there's certain types of sexual behavior that is inappropriate, which I think historically wouldn't have been necessary. I think people would have known, but I feel like, I'm just curious, since we're dealing with graffiti and crime, if it would be useful to put something in there about sexual misconduct, because it's different than crime, but it's been commonly understood of what is acceptable and not. But I feel like the fact that the Sounder train has it on there makes me wonder if maybe it's something we should consider. I don't know. I just feel like, to me, I was like, oh, that's weird. I've been on there, like, only been on there a couple times in the year, and I'm like, I sit there and I look at the sign, I'm like, that's weird. They must have had something happen on this train that was inappropriate, and they needed to state it now. So I don't know. To me, that's a question that I have on that.
I didn't know that either, but it almost makes me want to ask the question, why wouldn't that be broader, such as no sexual misconduct, no calling your co-passenger a racist slur, no, what I mean? One could have, one community, like somebody could have a long list of please don't do this or that.
Maybe that's included in the crime part, but I was surprised they mentioned it, but I was thinking because the way that crime has been approached has been softer lately, so I'm wondering if they added that in because it balances it out to say, hey, we're making sure we define what is inappropriate. I don't know, so I was just curious if that was something that should be, because it's a long-term plan and society is attention to what we are willing to deal with is different, that maybe that seemed like that was their response to that at Sound Transit.
Yeah, I don't know where, I mean,
that particular topic, I don't know where we, that doesn't, I don't think fit very well into
Might
community
not.
I don't think
character.
so.
It might not.
It might
I
fit
just
into
was-
parks rules, I don't know.
I don't know, just maybe not, yeah.
Or the governance
Or the governance,
part, you
yeah.
know, but there is some language in here about safety and that kind of thing. So I don't have a good suggestion for you about whether or not that should be broadened or should be addressed, and if so, where. But if the council could maybe think about that when we get into the actual words.
And I think, Councilmember Alford, when we get to the graffiti policy in here, you'll see really it's just maintaining a clean city and making sure that we work with property owners to abate it in a timely fashion, rather than letting it proliferate. So it doesn't really seek to address the criminal behavior of it, it's more the cleaning it up when it
The
happens.
aesthetics and,
Yeah. I'm seeing the inclusivity, the equity, and the fairness, and making sure you include the overlooked groups is really emphasis in our local area significantly. So I think to me that was really a correction to it. And I'm not sure I know where it should go. To me, it seemed like if they figured that out on the sounder, and we're adding a lot of the language that is more encouraging, the softer, like inclusive, take care of the, underserved. A lot of these things are really taken care of. To me, that is the natural balancing, is to say like, hey, you're gonna have people saying, oh, anything is okay now because everyone is accepting me. That's a really focus. And so the balance is to say, we need to redefine some things that aren't acceptable as well. And I think that, anyway, so I would love to kind of consider if that fits anywhere, and I don't know where it fits, but to me, that the fact that the sounder train did it was actually, I was like, oh, this is going to be a problem as that mentality comes, I would say, comes south.
That's a fair
And
statement.
I think it happens on the trains, I think it happens on airplanes, and I think it's just
Fines.
crimes. It's just, it happened to me as a kid and I didn't know that. I didn't even realize that, because, it happened in school. But you don't realize some of these little subtle things or even think of them that way. And I think that they are just pointing out, this is what it is if you hadn't realized it. So if someone
It just
touches you
seems obvious,
inappropriately,
but I
yeah.
think it maybe, anyways, so,
So, but it was very specific towards you're not allowed to have sex on the train?
not quite.
No.
Okay, so then, I
Can we
mean,
ride the bus?
I wasn't trying to guess too much what it was actually addressing, but the fact that it was in every car and stated, I was like, oh, people apparently need to be told that there's behaviors, and I just thought that was, it was interesting, because our culture has changed, and I think that.
it is changing.
If I may jump in quickly, our penal code and our criminal code is really thorough, and crimes are ever changing, and we adopt them by reference as they do. So, crimes can result from words alone, crimes can result from inappropriate touching, crimes can result from a variety of acts. In addition, every crime can be enhanced by sexual motivation, any crime. So if you commit any crime and there's a sexual motivation component, we add that on where it's appropriate. So it sounds more like a public service announcement. The communication piece of what is a crime and what isn't is what you're after and looking for more of. And we can talk about, it's DV Awareness Month right now. We can talk about better ways to communicate to our residents and our visitors that we take crime seriously and that it runs the gamut. And that just about any act that feels wrong may fit the elements of a crime. So I don't know if that helps, but we do have a very thorough penal code that
Addresses that pretty well.
addresses just about everything. Yeah.
And thank you, Andrea, for that. And just to add to that, I'd say the other thing to keep in mind for the council is that this comprehensive plan can't address everything. There is we already have means to address errant behavior and criminal behavior, and we do touch on that broadly in different places in the comprehensive plan. But I think it's gonna be beyond the scope of this plan to try to name every kind of aberrant behavior and illegal behavior. There might be, we do have one specific policy in here about continue to prevent cannabis stores and that kind of thing, and a graffiti policy. but beyond that, we don't, I'm not sure the comp plan is the place to address the different types of crime, so long as we have a robust penal code.
That's fine.
Sometimes you can over message.
Yeah.
And you just need to, I mean, everybody knows what's right and what's wrong, or most people do, so.
Well, there's laws.
You know,
Yeah.
you over message, doesn't mean as much, I think.
Can I ask, somewhere in here under community character, I'll just, so I really love the support graffiti removal. That's a big deal to me because I think it sends a signal to people when they come in and out of what's allowed in the city. What about, is there, we already have a policy on maintaining yards, do we? Like, if you can tell, I can tell,
Nuisance, yeah.
I'm wondering, like I can tell if, and I hate to say it this way, older people, you know, you can tell if somebody might need help keeping their yard up. I mean, I know there's code enforcement, like, we've called before when our neighbors were stacking their garbage in the alley and we started seeing rats, and for me, I mean, I'll move out of town over a rat, so we called and the gal did a great job. She came and she knocked on the door and, you know, told her, pick up your garbage. But what about like yards that are like, the grass is this tall, or the trees, you can't even see the front door?
There are, yeah, there is a nuisance
There's an
code
ordinance
for
that
that.
makes it high.
And so that is a code enforcement issue. The comprehensive plan, again, is not gonna list all of the things that could go wrong in our neighborhoods. We do have back in the community vision and community values statements, we did have some verbiage in there about our vision is yards are well maintained.
Yeah, I saw that.
And we take care of our neighbors.
Okay.
That helps keep us safe. I think it may go without saying that that's part of our character is nice, safe neighborhoods and walkability.
Okay. Yeah, I saw it back there. I'm good. I'm just, so it's, there's an avenue to take care of that.
Barbara, did you have?
Well, this isn't really for the comp plan, but as far as graffiti, I wish that, like, the underpass on Thompson, it has a variety of colors of probably leftover paint, and for me, I would really like that if one paint color could be used, because it does get tagged quite a bit, but it is nice to see that, you know, it is painted over, but it just would be
Could be different.
nice if it.
If it was all one
Yeah,
color,
all of
it's
them.
a patchwork quilt down there is what it is.
Yeah, so I just.
You got the man sitting here. that-
Killing me not to say anything about it.
Is there a? is
Every
it just
time you
like-
go to McLennan's, they change the grays. So, you know, you can have a
It's a
gray
blue
in there
gray.
from this and then a gray and you're correct, it's left over.
Yeah.
And it seems like once we paint it all, somebody comes in and redoes it. So the parks paints under there, Public Works paints
Yeah.
over into there, and then it's whoever is driving by and they got paint and they just
Right.
paint it out as soon as they can to get it taken care of.
And I appreciate
So-
that.
Yeah.
Because.
I mean, that's why.
Right, but the more, I mean, you just look what's happening on the freeways and it's just getting really pretty bad, and I just don't want that to, you know, if we can have a strong policy here, that's really important.
Yeah, I heard that.
Sumner can only sell one color of paint.
It's modern art.
You're scaring
I
me a
did hear
little
that's
bit
one of
there.
the concerns though, is to cover it right away. 'Cause
Just
that's
trying to
regular.
help.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
the quicker they cover it, the better.
Yeah.
So I'd like to get into the text of this, community character, and some of this, you have already touched on and talked about. So emphasis on walkable neighborhoods, but acknowledging that we're gonna have a more urban scale here in density, at least in certain areas of the city, for example, town center and East Sumner. Design guidelines, maintaining our design guidelines, making sure that we still are committed to protection of our natural resources. And again, here's that term about preserving single-family residential. We've tried to update that to to acknowledge that we're gonna have a little bit different pattern, and that what the goal is to maintain a small-scale residential character along residential streetscapes, because you'll see when you get to the housing element, there are a number of different housing types beyond single family that can maintain a small-scale residential character that's still very attractive and walkable. Maintaining a sign code to make sure that our businesses have the ability to have signs while ensuring that we are addressing light and glare. This is the graffiti program Mr. Elfers mentioned. We do have a prompt graffiti removal program, so this policy just memorializes that. There's a policy in here about urban villages, and we have two of those actually, and they are Town Center and the East Sumner neighborhood. And so we want to support those two key areas of growth in the city. And so this community character element has some specific policies about that. One is to allow ground floor multifamily in East Sumner, but not to allow it on East Main and 160th, because those are our neighborhood commercial areas, and we want to provide commercial on the ground floor and encourage people to walk and get out in the evening and use the pedestrian circulation system. We want to encourage businesses that serve nearby residents. So for example, in East Sumner, this policy would support having smaller businesses come in, stores and small scale breweries and so forth. Let's see.
And can I ask a clarifying question? 2.12 requires that commercial space on East Main and 160th. Would this prohibit the convertible spaces that we've allowed in other areas that are in the similar zones? Like if the developer comes and says, hey, I just don't have the commercial tenants at this time, but I'd like to put residential in here, but build it in a manner that is convertible in the future, like the main apartments did.
Yeah, this policy, if everyone understands, is in our code where we say we want commercial on the ground floor. In our code right now, we allow a transitional type of space that is constructed out with 13-foot ceilings like a storefront, and the structure of the street front is such that you could have storefront windows in there. And what we've done in the past is allow convertible or transitional living spaces in there that function as multifamily, but they could be converted later to retail. So this policy would not prevent us from doing that, but the code would have to be specific to say you can no longer do those transitional types of spaces. Because the idea here is to preserve the neighborhood, it's neighborhood commercial along those street fronts. In some of the places where we've allowed the transitional multifamily on the ground floor, those zones have been general commercial. So it's a little bit different. This policy is really talking about the preserving neighborhood commercial.
So this would not allow for transitional spaces.
That's the intent, is not to
Just
allow
wanna
that
make sure that
in those
council understands that.
areas. Yeah, sorry, that was a long answer
That's
for
okay.
you.
So that's a bit of a change from what we do in other zones and.
And I think the one project coming in there along 160th, they've got ground floor commercial. The Nemeth,
Yeah, they do.
the
On
Nemeth,
160th.
yeah, on 160th.
On
yeah.
160th.
Yeah.
The Terragon
Yeah.
project, I think it has
Yeah,
some
sorry, not
commercial,
Nemeth,
but I
yeah.
don't think it's got all commercial. I think it's in a conversion sort of. an idea.
Okay. Okay, because that's allowable in our code
Okay.
right
Right
now,
now,
so.
okay.
But this would prevent them from being able to do that when they're currently not best.
Yes, and this actually also is in the East Sumner Neighborhood Plan. There's a policy in there about preserving 160th and East Main for commercial, ground floor commercial services. Because that helps build up the community. We can get all kinds of apartments. There's no problem getting apartments to come in. The problem is, what kind of services are gonna be available? Where do people go in the evening to take their walk on a nice summer evening and walk with their dog and their baby stroller and have places to go and eat? So that policy is intended to preserve the neighborhood commercial, little small businesses along the ground floor.
Fronting those two streets.
Those two streets.
Those two streets.
Uh-huh.
So everywhere else around could be apartments, but those two streets, it's commercial.
Well, what that means is that up above, most of the apartments that we're seeing are 3, 4 stories. What's the windmill? 5. So the idea is you preserve the ground floor for commercial uses, but you build apartments up on.
Right.
Next.
But if I read that, it says allow ground floor multifamily except fronting on East Main and 160th
Mhm.
Avenue East. So just that,
They
160th
front them, yeah. The other
and East
ones
Main.
can be.
Yeah, but on the backside, they can be apartments.
Yes, yeah.
Same thing Renton did in the landing.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be the same at the ones across from McClendon's? Cause that's commercial on the main floor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that has commercial. on the
Commercial,
ground
and then
floor.
it'll be like a leasing office and maybe one other small.
Is it
tenant.
just fronting Friar or is it gonna be the whole floor? It's gonna be commercial?
It's just along Friar.
Just
They
along
drop
Friar.
off into a parking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's a
Well,
parking
yeah.
garage there.
Well, the logic makes sense because especially down that way, I mean, nobody's gonna walk their baby, dog and stroller to the water hole. Right?
Well, wait a minute.
Well, you might, but most people wouldn't. Well, she's talking
My
amenities that are.
grandkids go there all the time.
We're building, we're requiring some cross-access pedestrian routes through some of these, the newer apartment developments. So you
Uh-huh.
could conceivably, not even getting on a sidewalk, you could basically be on a off-street path paved that would take you through both developments. Put you from the Y to the watering hole, for example, you
Right.
could be off-street and be on a separated path.
Yeah, I was just thinking of those apartments. I mean, other than the windmill and that Dixie's, I don't know where people, they would have to come down and cross over and, so I think that's a great idea.
I think the policy is good. I just wanna flag it for council that you're likely to get pushback from the developers that are involved in those. Because they will likely tell you, truth or not, right? Their perception is there's not enough commercial businesses looking for that type of space. So they're just gonna sit empty. So that's why they want to do the transition.
Got it.
I just wanna flag that it's a great policy. I think it's a good policy, but it may not, you're gonna hear some pushback.
Okay.
Can you clarify for me, so East Main, is that everything East Main is like, is that east of Valley all the way to where East Sumner Zone is, like, how? Is it the entire thing or just like a chunk of it?
Just in front. Just that, for that new development. Is that what you're
Yeah, it
talking
runs to
It's
it runs to 160th.
I know.
It's East Main
So
to 160th.
I've been there twice.
Street the West
about? Yeah,
is
but
on.
where do you start?
Where to
with
start East Main, so
Main?
East Main where
East
the,
Main starts
from
about Valley
Valley.
Avenue.
Or Valley?
Yeah.
Oh,
but it's in the East Sumner Community Zone, which is not at Valley, it's quite a bit east of Valley before it gets into the.
Yeah, yeah.
In the purple boundary on here
Sumner.
is the East Sumner neighborhood, and really this policy is talking about the East Sumner neighborhood,
Neighborhood.
right, primarily. So here's
oops.
here's 160th,
It's quite a ways over, oh, okay.
and here's East Main. And so the idea here is to have ground floor commercial, and then along here to have ground floor commercial,
And how far, does it go all the way to Parker Road?
all the way down to
No, I don't think the
Goes
East
down
Sumner
to
plan goes to
64.
Valley.
down to this is 64.
64th, up a little bit. Where's can you go west a little bit? See, what's that border, what's that purple line at the west go to?
It just goes to the other side of the.
This line,
Yeah, where is that the East Sumner plan?
yeah, that's the
So,
East
can you-
Sumner.
I wanna see where it borders on the west. That's not Valley, is it?
So this is the main plus
That's
loss
the main, so it's like Graham,
apartments. Yeah,
it's right before you get to
this
Graham.
blue let me see if I can blow that up.
I don't think it was that far.
This is the food bank,
Okay,
There's a
then
bank
that's
there.
Parker Road maybe.
and this is the,
That's the main
the,
apartment.
apartments there with the little top-down brewery.
It's
Oh, so
just
it's like
past
by
Smith
that-
Cove and
Okay.
the Grant.
So is something happening at QFC? Yeah, there's
Yeah.
some
I don't know if
action.
things, is there any, I don't know if there's any construction going on, I haven't seen anything lately, but they, it was purchased by a commercial developer who would like to, who's planning on doing 3 tenant spaces in there. Probably about
Nice.
10 or 12,000 square foot spaces
In the same building.
in the same building, yep.
I think where this will be the biggest challenge is with, on Nemeth, they have some commercial already built in. I don't know that the vacant parcel right across from the YMCA that's in pre-app, I don't know that they have any commercial planned in that. Or if they do, I pretty confident to say it is, they were counting on a convertible transitional space.
Yeah, I think they're planning on, like, the main in-laws, I think they're planning on a
Yep.
leasing office up front. Maybe a little fitness center, I don't know, but I think you're right, they were planning on converting.
Is that right by Purdy's, or is that where Titus Wells going?
No, it's yeah, can you plug the back again? It's in that patch of dirt there.
So
right
that
there.
patch of dirt,
That
this is
patch
the
of dirt.
YMCA in
Got it.
white.
Got it.
Okay,
So
so
this
they
is,
got,
this is the one that's going in, and there will be a cross pedestrian access corridor going across the site so people can walk over to the YMCA, kind of connecting the neighborhoods.
Nice, okay.
But this is where Jason's saying there's probably gonna be some pushback from this developer about doing ground floor commercial.
So on the development, the main and lofts with the top-down brewery in there, so that was a commercial space, obviously, where top-down is. And then as you go west on East Main Street, back over towards the entrance to, or back over towards Fred Meyer, those are all, they all have like 13-foot ceilings in all of those tenant spaces, so that at some point in the future, if the market was right, and I don't know if it ever will be, but if it was, they could convert those to commercial spaces and be businesses instead of residential.
Is there a time limit on that or not? No time constraint?
So if you ever walk by there and you're like, this is an interesting setup, you know,
Mhm.
you get kind of a little courtyard for the residents and
Yeah.
the front doors right off the street, it's because at some point, maybe you could convert to a commercial use.
So I may have missed it. So why did we opt to not allow it on 160 in Main? Why did we change it?
One, the zoning is different, and second, this policy came out of the East Sumner Neighborhood Plan work a couple of years ago, and the idea is to start holding the line, where we say that we want commercial services,
Got
and there's a total lack of commercial services in East Sumner. So those two streets were pretty important. So that's why this policy was considered important.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we may have development, as Jason's saying, coming in that will be in before this policy is implemented, before anything gets into our code. But there is still, if we have some new development come in on this big parcel, there is still, as Ryan was describing, there's still that chance in the future that they could convert to commercial uses. So it's not an either or right now, but we were trying to hold the line a little bit more with this
Got it.
policy.
I have a question about terminology, because what we're talking about, at least in my head, are mixed-use developments. where-
Yes.
Okay, I haven't heard that
Yeah.
term at all, and so
Yeah.
I'm really familiar with that.
Yeah, no,
Is
that's
that-
exactly right, yeah,
Okay.
mixed use. That's what we're trying for. Get the volume of residents there who support the commercial businesses,
Mhm.
and get the commercial businesses there who will provide services for the residents, so it's that relationship there.
So is that dirt area gonna be multifamily, single family and commercial, all three in there?
Be a multifamily and commercial combination.
No single family homes?
Correct.
There'll be some townhomes in there, I believe, right?
Kinda
Is
like
that-
the
Yeah,
is
some
that
townhomes,
Yeah.
Nemeth has some townhomes, so
Up in
Nemeth is
this
up in
one.
that area.
Like the ones that are at the Salmon Creek on Elm and 160th? Those kind of townhomes where you buy
It'll
them?
be a little bit more modern design, but that's the idea. On
Do you
Portsmouth,
buy them or do you rent them?
You rent them, I think. They're gonna, Nemus would be rentals, yeah. And it won't be all townhouses. It's gonna be a portion of the site will be townhomes, then some of the site will be 2, some of the site will be 3 stories, 2, 3 stories. It'll be quite a good variety in there. But like Jason was saying, with mixed use, if you required commercial as absolute, you've gotta do it. When they go in for financing, sometimes the bank will say, well, they don't even count the commercial for rent because sometimes they're really hard to lease. And so then the project has to stand on its own, just with the residential. If the market's not good, it can stay vacant. I mean, these are the arguments you're gonna hear if developer wants to come in and kind of oppose a change.
I hate to. Could we or something say 75% or something to allow that extra? Because if you're talking about real estate, space there, real estate space for commercial businesses, that's a ton of commercial businesses, and pretty soon you start running out of ideas to put down there. My opinion is, as a developer.
And it's just it is
So
the street.
I know it's only the street, but I
street
mean,
frontage, yeah.
I mean, how many
Coffee shops. or,
coffee
yeah,
shops and little
Trinket stores or whatever.
delis, and because you run out of those, I'm just, you
Can be
run out
different.
of places to put another one and another one and another one, where you just have vacant frontage. Can you say 75% have to, or 50% in order to get that in there? I'm not trying to kill the idea, because it's a good idea, but
Favor that.
that's a lot of space,
I do think.
even though it's frontage.
No, we have the flexibility to require like that. Yeah, that's-
Okay, that's what I'm asking, is there the flexibility, or,
I think that if you made it,
I hate the.
you gotta build it the form base, the 13 feet, but you can convert half, I think 50% is a good number, cause I think
Some number,
Something number,
but I
some
hate to
number.
kill a new development that's putting in sidewalks and cleaning up the street.
Yeah.
To say, oh, well, we can't do it now financially because it has to be. Because you're right, they use excuses, but it also doesn't look good to be vacant.
Then,
Yeah, and we've seen those too.
Okay.
So back to this
Okay.
policy, maybe we can wrap up this one. If there's concern from the council that this policy 2.1.2 in East Sumner, on those streets we were looking at, if there's concern that this is too much of an all or nothing type of policy, we could add some wording in here. And and where this then goes, if the policy is flexible enough, then the code can be written with some different ideas, such as at least 75% or certain amount of square footage. So if the concern is that this policy is too restrictive, we could add something in here, as we do with policy language, such as
I would prefer that.
I agree with that.
limit ground floor let's see, I have to think about how we would do that.
What if we came back with some suggestions next time? That way we're not trying to edit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think it would eliminate some of the, when the permitting, if the applicant is gonna be challenging that policy, that takes time and effort, and so it might eliminate some of that, work on the city's side and the developer's side, so.
And that allows us to make code that could be 50% has to be done today, and then in 10 years, whatever time period, and if we need more commercial, we could change that code at some point. So that way the flexibility, I like that.
All right, we'll look at that and bring something back. The next concept in this community character element is the idea of neighborhood centers. This is not new, but we've just cleaned up the policy wording. And the idea here is we want to identify what we call neighborhood centers around the city that function almost like a focal point for different neighborhoods. And the focal point, or the center, could be something, a type of a public facility such as a park or maybe there's the watering hole or something like that, commercial, very appealing commercial area that people want to go to. So we want to support the idea of neighborhood centers across the city and looking at, in our various plans, looking at ways to identify neighborhood centers and then to support businesses and things coming in around those focal points. And the other idea about these neighborhood centers is that they would have services within a walking distance, which generally is considered to be a radius of 1,500 feet or a quarter mile. And the other aspect of these neighborhood centers would be that priorities, when the city's looking at priorities for public infrastructure, for example, street trees or parks, some of these amenities could be planned to be close and within walking distance of these neighborhood focal points. So it's a planning idea to just try to find areas of a neighborhood that we could focus energy and activity centers.
Nice. I like it.
And another aspect of this is we could also say, as the city in the future continues discussions with Pierce Transit, wherever that goes, but if there is an opportunity to have transit service come back into the city, then we would have these neighborhood nodes that would be priorities for transit stops, so that people could walk, catch a bus, get dropped off, walk, catch a bus. So it's this idea of connecting neighborhoods and making them walkable. Prioritizing sidewalks and streetscape amenities such as trees and benches and so forth. Some cleanup of terms, like it's now the Sumner Bonnie Lake School District. Here is, I don't think I can get this.
Are you gonna leave in that picture of the Sumner Library?
I was wondering if anybody would catch that.
Yeah, but we gotta remember it somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to get something, maybe there's a rendering.
Oh, yeah, there is.
This is, I'm sorry, this is a little hard to see, so I'll probably only be able to show you half of it. But this is the idea of the neighborhood centers or neighborhood centers and focal points where these red dots might be some kind of a public amenity at these red dots, which we currently have. And then the circles are the radius around that. So you can see, you start getting these overlapping neighborhood centers where people can hopefully continue to walk and connect with their neighborhoods and neighbors in other neighborhoods. So, get out of that one. There's some policies in here about the town center plan. Most of these come from the adopted town center plan. But the idea here is to maintain the town center plan as a focal point for downtown and an area for receiving significant density, and make sure that we still maintain town center as the transit hub. And we want to make sure that we continue to apply our form-based code to design a new development in the town center. That's an existing adopted plan. Council adopted that 2018. Has design standards in it to ensure things are designed well and streetscapes are designed well.
Do I see that electronic signs are okay there?
Where do you see that?
I think I see it.
Oh, people, just think about those
Here
electronic
we
signs.
go again.
Where do you see that?
Can't you see it?
That big flashing in front of your eyes?
Don't you see it? It's.
No.
Okay.
We have
Maybe I'm-
almost an entirely new
We'll
council.
see
I
it
think that
again
was a
soon.
subtle,
It is. It is.
That's my drive.
I think that was a subtle hint, I'm supposed to add a policy.
You can't even read it, much less see an electronic sign.
One of the
coming
key
to us.
policies in here is throughout various chapters in the comprehensive plan, the community talks about the historic downtown, and it's never really been defined. It's not big town center plan area. And so, staff and the planning commission determined that probably the most, what people consider most to be the historic downtown is this area that's about a block north and south of Main Street. If I can get that a little better for you to see. So this is the eastern edge. Here is the edge of the town center plan. And here's City Hall is right here. And nope, I'm wrong, sorry. Down, yeah, sorry, City Hall is down here. This is the Red Apple parking lot there. So this is really considered the core of downtown with all the historic buildings and our special lighting standards and so on. So this policy is just memorializing what people tend to consider as our historic downtown. Because we have policies in here that talk about focusing on historic downtown when we talk about flower baskets and events. We wanted to have this basis in here for saying, well, that's what we mean when we say, let's make sure we have nice street furniture and nice lighting and flower baskets. This is the area we're talking about, not over down State Street and way over there. Any concerns about that?
No, not from me.
But does downtown need to be capitalized?
I don't think it does. Throughout this, we've decapitalized, if that's a word, decapitalized. That's not, yeah.
It is now.
It does say downtown.
Stickers and names.
And here's another example of where we have gone through policies and made terms more generic. So instead of saying this particular downtown association, we're talking about downtown business associations and the Chamber of Commerce, because their names change over the years. Oops. We have a 2021 Main Street Visioning Plan, and the council saw that a couple of years ago, which talks about activating alleys and so on. So this policy is just carrying that through so that there's a place in the comprehensive plan that acknowledges we have this other plan out there that we want to follow. Here's mixed use. This is what we were talking about, commercial on the ground floor and residential above. That's a typical old town kind of character and scale people like. Anyway, forgot that was in here. Again, making the terms more generic of downtown associations. We also, what planners have discovered over time working with businesses coming into town center, and we have a similar policy for East Sumner, is that sometimes our parking standards are a little bit inflexible, and there might be a great business coming in that's gonna really energize the community, provide some activity at night, and they might have a problem with parking just because they have special site characteristics. So we want to have some policy in here that allows us to create code that's a little more flexible for the desirable businesses. We have something like that now in town center, but this policy is giving us the strength to support zoning code amendments to make sure that we can have that flexibility.
Unlimited parking after 5 p.m. because it's pretty much all closed. If they open after 5, they can have all the parking.
The next policy is about gateways. This is policy language that's been in here for a while. but staff and the planning commission cleaned this up so that it's a little clearer. These gateways in 4.1.1, these gateway intersections were already established back in 2003. But that's a plan, this urban design concept plan that's just been sitting on a shelf somewhere and was never really acknowledged. The community did a lot of work looking at these special gateway areas, so we brought that in here, and this isn't changed. We didn't change any of the locations. We're just making sure that that policy, that the policies and the goals of that 2003 plan are brought into the comp plan. And this diagram comes directly from that 2003 plan, and you'll see there already are a number of these already constructed at these key locations.
With enhancements.
About the 24th Street interchange.
Yeah, this is primarily
Just-
downtown.
Just downtown.
Yeah.
Because to me, it seems like that's a huge, we got so much traffic coming in.
That's a
that way.
big gateway, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
people
I
see
get it.
Sumner for the first time coming through
Yeah,
there.
adding that as a gateway might be a good idea. It might not make the map, but.
And can we flag also that it's not the old Cannery Bridge, it's the Cannery Way Bridge that's
Yeah.
just changed since the
Oh, okay.
2003 plan.
Yes, that's. And the 24th, maybe putting in this list, the 24th Street.
Yeah, especially because you have the hotels out there, I mean, that's, you want people to know. I mean, we really should look at having some kind of an entry sign.
Like the big arch in Reno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Cha-ching,
I don't
cha-ching.
like the big shell, 45-foot tall shell signs.
Let me go. I have a lot of ideas, guys.
Now, this 4.1.1 specifically talks about where these gateways came from, or
Yes.
when they were identified. So is it accurate to put in something else?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think staff would need to change this sentence to say something like they were identified and have been updated to include the following, something like that.
Well, and I like your thought process, Barbara, because there's a big restaurant. Frank's is gonna put a big
Yeah,
restaurant
right.
over there,
Yeah.
and, you know, there's the pizza place there, and I mean, there's business that's actually going in over there.
And our.
Yeah, and then the question is,
RP.
That we should acknowledge.
yeah, so we make it a gateway, then what do we do? You know, obviously, the Cannery Way Bridge has been redone, it's amazing. We've added, even at some of these intersections, we've recently added the wrapped utility boxes, you know. Even if it's a fairly small thing, WashDOT's gonna redo Valley Avenue, 167 or 162. We're gonna eventually redo 410 Valley Avenue and 410 and 166. You know, so then on 24th Street, you know, what would be kind of an envisioned amenity or gateway type of a feature there? I don't know. That the city's gonna have some bearing on. Anyway, future conversations. If it's a gateway, then we kind of think about what does that mean.
It's a good thing to think about.
Yeah, and I think having the policy in here then gives support to a future project or let's say a project with the UW design students or
Yeah.
so this gives the council then will provide some guidance to a future project that actually talks about what would that look like.
Well, because, I mean, we have to acknowledge that MIC is such a great economic generator, plus it provides so much, you know, our taxes we're the residents don't understand how lucky we are to have them. Yeah, so I think we need to kind of make them feel part of the city.
Would council want to potentially add Tacoma and Puyallup, that intersection, since we're gonna be doing work there.
Right.
I mean, we're in the early design for a roundabout there,
I was
and that'd
thinking
be
about that.
another entrance, that's like the southern entrance to the MIC.
I agree, that would be nice, cause I was thinking that, cause you can get into, before these gateway ones, before the Elm Street and East Valley, then that's, you're in the city, yeah, you get in that way. Yeah, up in Tacoma, yeah.
Ooh.
It's all white.
This, the gray area is the MIC.
It's a lot of space. No retiring Fran.
That's a little ways up in it, but
Yeah.
The main
we already have
intersection.
a
I'm already
planned
lost.
project right there, that T, right above your mouse. Or,
Right there.
no, and then
Right there.
right there.
Yeah. I think that's why you threw me. I was thinking that it's that corner right there. Where the
On-
food trucks show up.
On 24th Street, there's maybe I could, not to overdo this, but there's a significant amount of washed out right of way that's right there at the off ramp. And so if you take that off ramp and you're like, wow, why is this? This is all a bunch of blackberry briars and it's not very well maintained. Before you get to like Starbucks, so from the road to Starbucks, it's kind of a rough area. That's because it's all washed out right of way and they don't maintain it.
Yeah.
So if we designated a gateway, maybe that, they could kind of send us in a direction to try to negotiate something with washed out. Do we maintain it? Can we put a sign in it? Whatever, anyhow, some ideas.
So is the council, I heard a second suggestion that we add Tacoma and Puyallup. Is the council,
I think that's a
Agreement
good
with
idea.
that?
That's the biggest, yeah.
more of the fun design parts coming up later? Okay. This is another example of 4.3.1 of bringing in a document that the council already adopted that drives a lot of our planning decisions every day and bringing that into the comp plan, making that connection. And that's the 2002 East Main Street Design Strategy. And that document, you probably haven't seen it or rarely have seen it or have heard it mentioned, but that talks about creating a pedestrian-friendly environment on East Main Street. And so that's going east from Valley all the way over to Lake Tabbs. And actually, it doesn't go that far.
No.
It goes over to probably about the food bank. Anyway,
Yeah.
but it's a good section of East Main going past Fred Meyer. And planners have used that at times to work with developers to say, so if you're coming in to develop, we want you to minimize the driveway cuts and create some pedestrian corridors and create drive aisles that go behind the building. So you have buildings up at the street and it just creates a nicer pedestrian environment.
Should you include the new library in any of your?
It is, actually. It's in that design strategy area, so I don't know if the library had any other ideas, but it's requiring, the design strategy is requiring the building to be up to the street, them to widen the sidewalk out to 10 feet, and do the parking behind.
Yeah, that's their plan.
Yep.
that I've seen, so that's good.
So that little old 2002 plan actually had a big impact.
Yeah, it's had a big impact. Updated in 06 and a lot of hand-drawn stuff, but
Yeah.
It just took 20 years.
Yeah.
taken a while. That's why I've had to stick around here to watch that.
How many more years, it'll be done.
And here's a policy that talks about treating that East Main corridor in a similar way as the downtown Main Street, having nice amenities and flower baskets and nice lighting. It's a little bit ignored right now, but this gives some policy basis to look at future amenities. Maintaining Sumner's Tree City USA designation, maintaining this policy used to talk about adding to Heritage Park And so now it's been updated to reflect the current name and to just acknowledge that it's key to downtown and it's a key open space. Oops.
So you wouldn't mention the other parks that are, planned or future parks?
Go back to that. Because this is really talking about town center, that's
Okay.
the main plan, downtown. Loyalty Park is a little bit out of that,
Well, then we have
that
a whole,
historic downtown we were looking at.
we have an entire parks and open space element that'll have all the policies related to all the other parks.
Yeah, good. There are a number of policies in here about promoting pedestrian circulation and reducing reliance on the automobile. So these policies are gonna help the planners when new development comes in. Will be able to say you need to provide pedestrian connections, not just a street front improvement. And we're adding a policy about discouraging transit traffic to come out on our neighborhood streets and instead be directed to arterials and freeways. And that's being implemented in the Sound Transit plan and their required circulation. And then another policy about working with the transit authority and other providers again to figure out how to reduce through traffic through Sumner. Whoops, sorry, I'm blocking that. Such as possibly getting some parking right sites outside of the city and having a shuttle service. So that's I know there have been discussions about that kind of thing in the past. So this policy is just promoting those discussions and hoping that those discussions continue so that we can again reduce the through traffic coming in through Sumner. Any questions on those?
No questions, guys? Seeing none. More policy language about asking development to provide appropriate connections to the street grid, making sure that when we build these new apartments, people have a way to walk safely out to the sidewalk or down the street to services. And last is a policy about the Manufacturing Industrial Center providing adequate screening and landscaping and pedestrian amenities. We try to do that now. They are subject, development in the MIC is subject to our design guidelines. And so this kind of memorializes that work that we already do with developers building in the MIC. I think they've done a great job out there so far. It looks really nice.
Okay. Any other questions on community character or concerns? Family and Human Services. One of the main things we revised in this chapter was updating policies that were confusing with regard to the city's role. We had policies talked about provide drug, substance abuse education and make sure that people have adequate access to healthcare and so on. Well, those aren't services the city provides. So we've updated language to say the city supports these different types of programs that are provided by other agencies. There's a new policy to support funding for school district recreation programs. That was a very specific policy the Planning Commission wanted to add. Here's that policy about prohibiting marijuana businesses. And, there's that term again, supporting housing programs and regulations for historically underserved populations. policy to provide incentives for affordable senior housing, a new policy to promote programs for older adults, new policy to distribute parks facilities equitably, and new policies to further climate resiliency and emergency preparedness. And again, this is about family and human services. Some of these topics are also picked up in other chapters like housing.
Couldn't those two sentences be combined?
Which one?
Provide incentives and promote programs? One's for senior housing and one's for older adults.
I'll hold that thought because I'll show you why they're different.
Also, if I could give a little history, this Family and Human Services element's a little bit unique. I don't know if there's other comprehensive plans that have this type of specific of an element around Family and Human Services, but it was done really in partnership with the school district. Marilee Hill Anderson at the school district kind of brought this forward as an idea many years ago now. And part of it was to, when they're applying for funding, to be able to show the city's got policy in place to support certain things. As you know, the city's historically helped fund the Sumner and Bonnie Lake Family Center. It kind of works into this as well. So, and then then in these amendments and changes and over the years, we're broadening it out now to look, affordable senior housing, and climate change and resiliency and that kind of thing, which fits nicely into this. But the history comes from kind of a school district need to some degree coming forward saying, hey, it'd be nice if we had these things outlined even in city policy.
Yes, and right, thanks, Ron. The other thing in this text here in the policies are criteria for distributing funds, like some of the community grant funds that people apply for. So yes, it's all about these different agencies like the school district and others, and helping guide them to see what our priorities and policies are.
So what is the school district recreation program? Because, that was something the city was involved with quite a bit, and then it moved to Bonnie Lake, and then now it's, I don't know what the status is of that program. So.
I don't know the status of that either, except that there's a disconnect from my understanding from the Planning Commission. There's a disconnect between Sumner and the recreation program, and there was a specific request by the Planning Commission to add a policy that says we should support that because that's important for our youth. Because the city itself doesn't provide these recreation programs, so we should be an active partner with the school district in supporting that. Also, we'll see what the policy language says again exactly. So when we reorganized this first goal, the substance is really still the same, but we clarified the wording and cleaned up some of the ambiguity in it. But this is about when the city provides funding to human service agencies, we have adopted criteria in here already. And so this is just cleaning that up and acknowledging that we have priorities and criteria for distributing those funds.
1.1.3, that should be outcome, I think. Right, a measurable outcome.
A measurable outcome. Thank you. I don't know if the council has seen these before, but again, there's no substantive changes to these, except in this case, accessibility, support local programs that are affordable, physically accessible, culturally sensitive, was taken out. I think the commission determined that was too vague. We didn't really have a good definition of what that was. And that helped meet the needs of communities affected by poverty, exclusion, and discrimination, and other historically underserved communities. So based on what the council was saying earlier, Would you prefer that this read as help meet the needs of communities affected by poverty, exclusion, and discrimination, and other underserved communities?
I prefer.
And again, this language was added in here to be responsive to the state, saying we needed to show that we're addressing historically underserved communities, but I think this has got a lot of terms in there that the state will like and will show that we're making an effort to address what they asked. So these policies are just taken out and revised and reorganized. Working with the school district and other healthcare agencies, because again, the city doesn't provide services. We work with these other agencies that provide these services. One policy was taken out here, maintain an appointed human services advisory committee. The city doesn't have a human services advisory committee. Have we ever had?
I don't think so.
Yeah. So this policy 1.2.4 captures the idea that the city's role is to, we may not maintain an advisory committee, but we work with other providers who do provide human and family services. These two policies, 1.2.8 and 1.2.9, the commission wanted specifically to add these, so they're a little more assertive statement about what the city's role is in relation to the Sumner Bonnie Lake School District programs for kids and for recreation for primarily kids.
129, while I appreciate the planning commission's strong recommendation, that entity doesn't even exist. So if council wants to keep that, it needs to say something like support funding for the Bonnie Lake Recreation Program, which the Sumner School District is a beneficiary of for childcare, but I believe that interlocal even ends at the end of this school year.
Can we make it even more
They,
vague?
they have a different childcare.
Yeah. Yeah, they're already with Right at School or,
Right.
so,
I would probably say, me personally, I would take it out then.
Well, I think like our partnership with the Y, they provide some of these services too. For,
Yeah.
you know, especially like the youth, junior high and high school youth.
Is there a downside for making it more generic and just saying support funding for local recreation programs or other options providing these services? Is there a risk to doing that? It's like, I mean, the school district's great, but if they're not the ones, I mean, I think the idea of supporting recreation programs is great.
It's broader, it could be the why, it could be,
But we
could
could
be something else that comes up.
Or develop after school
Advocate
activities for you.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. So advocate versus support funding. So this is taking it a step farther and it's, yeah, I think you're,
I think one of the key concepts in here was the support funding.
district.
That was a very deliberate,
Yeah.
assertive statement by the planning commission that Sumner should, if our youth are taking advantage of these programs, Sumner should help fund our fair share of these programs.
But we just did that. I mean, they bring it in. Isn't this the same group that came in and asked, or is this a different
no,
group?
we do not fund the recreation program. That was a policy decision by council a number of years ago to not partner with the school district and Bonnie Lake to continue a rec program.
Do we know
Yes,
why?
and that,
If financially it was a
Nightmare.
it was a nightmare,
Yeah.
it's a nice way of putting it. We would have lost considerable funds.
and I believe, Jason, that's exactly what the commission mentioned, that why did we get out of that program and funding? And they wanted to make a clear statement, we should get back in that. So, would the council suggest that we take out the word Sumner Bonnie Lake and say support funding for recreation programs that serve Sumner residents or something like that?
If there isn't a process that allows that, I say take it out.
And I worry that and maybe Andrew can weigh in here too, if we get too specific in a comprehensive plan, you know, that can cause more of a ripple effect than I see Andrew shaking her head, so I can turn it over to her.
We just learned this lesson, right? So high level policy decisions belong in the comprehensive plan. Directives, mandates, the musts, the shalls, even shoulds belong either in ordinances or in internal policies related to procedure. So there should be very high level direction, but no directives that then we must carry out.
And that's how this is worded. What Andrew's saying is this is worded as a mandate or a directive. The city shall support is how that reads.
Is there something that's stronger than advocate but doesn't push us to fund something like that's like, is there something in between?
Encourage.
Support.
Yeah.
Just have it say support and not say funding.
Then that would be.
Advocate and
do it
support,
is-
or support and maintain after-school activities for youth or something like that. I feel like you could make that
Could you say
stronger.
support?
I think we're getting more value from our partnership with Y, cause
Right.
they, I mean, like next week they'll have their Halloween program and that's open to the community. And there's a number of things that, you know, you don't all have to be a member to get in the door. Like they do a lot with foster kids and the family center has vouchers that they get to use there. So I think like having that other organizations, you know, pursue other options for providing these services. I think that, I don't know if you need to necessarily say the why, but just know that it is an important factor in the community.
So I'm trying to think if this said support recreation programs.
It's kind of like support the pursuit of other recreation programs or options for providing these services.
Yeah.
What's left out is what the services are, so that word recreation has to be in there. And to me, it's almost like 1.2.8 and 1.2.9 could come together in some way, shape, or fashion. I personally don't care for 1.2.9. Because to me, that's an edict that the city we will support the funding for. And I think that we can advocate, you know, we can support because, yeah, the Y offers a ton of things. And to your point, there's a lot of them that are free.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you for these comments. How about we go work up some language,
Yeah.
maybe combining the two and then come back to you with that. And I think we just better need to understand the implications of saying funding and support and.
Yeah, we'll work through that. And also, the recreation program, remember, is not just for youth, it's for adults too. So we'll wordsmith this and bring it back to you. I think we're done with, let's get through section 1 before we get to number 2, and then I wanna make an announcement and figure out what to do from here. So 1.3, if you wanna,
Section
1.3 here. And then pause before we get into number 2.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Can I ask one question about the previous section, really quick? What I didn't see, I've been doing some things with the school district, and one of the things that I did when they had the youth forum, one of the things that was really evident was that there are no nightlife activities for youth. Is that addressed at all? And to me, this seems like this would be the place.
It could be the play, you could get specific even about that. You could be specific in this policy language about recreation programs for youth, recreation programs for seniors, recreation programs for youth at night. So it depends on how specific the council wishes to get.
Yeah, 1.2.8, you could expand on that maybe, advocate to maintain or develop after-school activities or after-school and evening activities. I'm not
Evening
sure.
activities.
Yeah, for you.
well, and so to coincide with what Pat is saying, so I too was there. And in the group of kids that I talked with, it was, you know, more around, we wish we had a movie theater. We like going to the Dairy Freeze. We wish there were places we could go. So it's kind of a, You know what I'm saying? I don't,
It
it's,
hasn't changed since.
1922.
It's not just recreation, places to go play basketball, it's places to go hang out
Right.
and have a soda.
But like the team late night on Fridays is
Right.
open to everybody in the, at the Y, so. I mean,
Friday
there's-
nights,
They
yeah.
do have.
Friday
just
nights.
only the-
right, so I'm glad you
Other
brought that
nights,
up,
yeah.
cause that was a big
Yeah.
concern.
Mhm.
Okay, um,
5 o'clock.
well, we are not as far along as we were hoping, but we also have a public safety committee meeting at 5 that we need to hold, but there's only one item. And Andrea promises me it's gonna be very quick. So I'm proposing we take a break, we do that. I wanna ask you as council, you know, we could schedule another special study session, take more of your time, or we can just push through this tonight. After this element, it does get easier. That's what I'm being told.
Yeah.
Yes.
This
Yeah,
is-
it needs
this
to be
is-
3 by 5 though, right?
Well, I would say we take a break from this. Those of you that are on public safety, go quickly, go do your one item. Take a bathroom break and then we continue working through
Let's
this.
do it.
I'm fine. with that.
Alternatively, if you don't want to do that, we'd be looking to hold a special meeting. I don't even know when, because we already have 3 days next
Yeah.
week. So it would be,
I wanna get it over with.
Yeah, let's just do it.
okay.
Let's run across the hall.
Go over there and who's on public?
If you have
Sorry, I didn't
plans,
mean to invite you.
if you have something that you can't
I'm with
stay,
you on that.
that doesn't mean you have to stay. We
Got
can
Monday.
break it up and
Wednesday.
those, you know,
Yeah.
excuse you for that time period.
There's
You just go.
Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
One item shouldn't take that long.
Okay, so take a break now.
I was like,
I
oh,
would
no.
go
Mhm.
with it.
10 minutes.
I don't wanna miss it.
10 minutes.
What's next door?
He'll be here.
He's on phone call.
Okay.
We can start with that.
Okay, so we're back to order this special study session of October 16th, 2024.
Okay, so we're looking at the family and human services element of the comprehensive plan. And moving through here, trying to highlight just some of the key changes. So here's the policy I mentioned about continuing to prohibit marijuana businesses. So there's a very strong policy statement there. The different types of services, this covers things like our emergency management plan and making sure that we maintain that. Oops, I'm sorry. Updating terms throughout this, such as instead of calling things daycare, we're calling it childcare. Now it's, or elder care or senior care, for example. Adult care, I guess is the more accurate term now. And so again, what the city's role here is supporting efforts, but we're not providers. So some of the language has been changed to acknowledge that. There's a policy here that supports our housing element that says let's support programs that offer that increase access to housing for all stages of life. That's an important concept in the family and human services element for us to consider the needs of youth and also for older adults. There's a new policy about supporting programs that increase access to housing for historically underserved population, people of diverse backgrounds, ethnicity, and socioeconomic levels. So this is has a couple of things in it that we've discussed before. One is the term historically underserved. And so I've made a note here to remove the term historically. Everybody's nodding, okay. And this also, I think, may get at an idea that Councilmember Bowman was talking about, is programs that support people of diverse backgrounds, ethnicity, and socioeconomic levels, just broadening that a little bit. And this really does relate to just housing, but I think it's got some key terms in here that are important to keep. And the commission wanted to ensure that there's a strong policy statement about trying to provide incentives where we can for affordable senior housing to allow people to age in place in the Sumner community. And we've heard that from a lot of older adults in the community who want to stay here but are concerned. And oops. So there's more about empowering older adults and making them an active part of the community. So there's a strong statement about continue to fund the Sumner Senior Center. And Mr. Wilson, you don't have any concerns about that, do you, the term funding? Because we do that already, right?
Yeah, now look at the attorney in there.
Continue
Do
to
we?
fund the Sumner Senior Center.
Do we?
We're under contract.
It's always been a city service.
Would we,
If we ever cease to run the center, we would have to amend this language.
Yeah, so I think we should give us a
go
escape
back
clause.
to if support?
So long as council authorizes an agreement or some good conditional language.
But you could continue the relationship with the Sumner Senior Center.
It's ours.
It could, yeah. Is there ever an idea that it would be outsourced?
You never know.
Is it, I think for the planning commission, the word funding wasn't that critical, but they were looking for something that was a little more assertive about helping the senior center. But if we went back to the original wording, support Sumner Senior Center programs, that could be broad enough.
So is it it's a city organization, it's not a private. So it's, as long as the city continues providing that services.
Yeah, but it's not one of those essential services.
Mhm.
It's one of the valued services
Okay,
that we provide. So, you know, back when we got out of the senior center business, which was in 2012, we did so because of the financial burden that that was placing on the general fund.
okay.
And that's why we contract now with Stafford Suites to provide the management of that and the staffing.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've gotten in exchange is more reliable costs, lower costs, and enhanced services.
So maybe it's,
You could say,
I'm sorry.
where economically feasible, you could put a comma at the end.
Or as included in the council budget.
If included in the
Yeah,
council
if
budget.
included in the council budget.
Well, I think the point of the policy is to guide the council in developing their budget.
That's a good point.
I'd just go back to support Sumner Senior Center programs, and then we can decide what that looks like. If it's funding or, I don't know what else.
Is council comfortable with that, just going back to the old original language?
I think that would be better.
Support.
But it
Yeah,
doesn't
it's-
obligate
doesn't
you in
obligate us,
the
yeah.
future.
I also like what Andrea said, continue to fund or support them based on council action. I just think there needs to be something in there about council action. It's just a little bit, I don't know, it feels better, like safer.
Andrea, what was your proposed language again?
I said so long as council authorizes an agreement.
I
But
think,
to Ryan and Ann's point, this is the guidance to council to carry out.
in budget decisions,
Right.
yeah. Yeah, so everything in the comp plan could say, if it's approved in the council budget, and this is meant to, the plan policies are meant to inform the council in their decisions about the budget. You know, like continue to provide street trees, that would inform the council about maintaining our Tree City USA, paying for our nursery at the cemetery and that kind of thing, versus saying, continue to plant street trees if it's in the budget.
Right.
So you see the difference that I'm,
So what the statutes say is that budget decisions must be consistent with what the comprehensive plan says. It cannot be a stark contrast between the guidance and the comp plan.
So if the policy direction is to support Sumner Senior Center programs,
That runs the gamut. Support really is fairly broad.
then you could either be providing staff to do something there, you could have
help with
You
maintenance.
could promote their programs there through our website. I mean, there's lots of different ways to support. It's not necessarily direct funding. But then it also feeds into the budget process. Oh, we want to support, so do you want to contribute?
And that support can change in any budget year depending on what's. So is the council okay with going back to the original wording? Support, support Sumner Senior Center program.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, especially under the heading, that it's under, right? The people are just saying, don't let the senior center go away, basically. That's what they're saying, don't let it go away.
Yeah.
This is all under assist and empower older adults.
There's a, this policy 2.4.4 is about, it's actually about emergency response. The wording is a little bit clunky, but the idea here is that when we develop our emergency response and recovery procedures for natural disasters, we want to make sure that we're addressing the specific needs of seniors. And we use the term, the population served by the Sumner Senior Center, but we could say older adults, but the Sumner Senior Center is a key part of our emergency response because that can be a shelter, you know, say cold weather events and so on. Can be programs there and communications set up. So I wanted to call that out to you. That's what that policy is intended to address, is make sure we consider our older adults, people who use the senior center for disaster.
What do you mean on that one for the isolated older adults? What kind of programs or what's been done to identify isolated seniors?
Are we looking at 2.4.5 promote programs?
2.4.2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, think about during the pandemic, we did things like making sure that they could do drive-through food, right?
Oh.
That's an isolated type
Uh-huh.
event.
Yeah.
Encouraging the food bank to
Yeah.
do deliveries, they're doing that, right?
Yeah.
So, well, it's under, well, this one doesn't say senior center, but
Okay.
things like that.
Is there a Meals on Wheels program kind of thing? I don't know if there is.
There is,
There is.
I don't know how much our senior center or food bank is involved in that.
Okay, there's a policy in here about youth forums, which just continues, what the city's been doing all along, which is to attend those and listen. There's specific wording in 2.5.4 about, career exploration opportunities. The commission talked about that as being a specific important need for youth. And this also feeds into some of our economic development policies where we're trying to develop a solid future workforce. So that's why that's in here. And at the same time, we added a policy 2.5.5 about encouraging youth to get involved in their government or activities that raise awareness about government and how they can participate.
I apologize. Do we still have a Derringer School?
Yeah.
Is there one left?
Oh, it's the school
Yeah.
district.
I know, but I mean, there's,
No, the school's
No high
gone.
school there.
It's not
Right.
within our corporate city limits.
I just remember when
Feeders.
that one went away and then that other one, and I didn't know if there was a Derringer School District left, but I still see it out there. Okay.
Would it be better to put add district? You know, it says Sumner, Bonnie Lake and Derringer schools. Should we say the school districts?
That's probably a better generic
Yeah, cause
way to do it.
otherwise, I mean, I don't know whether you need to identify, you know, if we aren't identifying the school districts, then Sumner, Bonnie Lake, I don't think we just automatically are connected, so that's.
I think if we change that to more generic, the substance is still there. So if we say, encourage involvement of Sumner staff, officials, and business community in outreach to the school districts that further career exploration activities. Is that what you're looking at? Yeah.
You're the local school district?
Local.
Local schools and then included internships. Because we
I
do
think,
that, I mean, we work with local colleges and provide internships here.
Yeah.
And they're still youth, aren't they?
that we could add that, but I think career exploration activities was broad enough. It's their internship programs, job shadowing. There's having people in the community go visit the schools and give presentations on what they do for work.
Yeah.
So there are a number of different programs. I think that this captures.
But like on 2.5.3, it says support programs to promote recreation for Sumner, Bonnie Lake areas. And I don't know, do we need to include Bonnie Lake or is that just?
No, don't,
I mean, I know that our area that a lot of things are served are, you know, sort of outlined by the school district, but whether that's part of, you know, our comprehensive plan, if that's.
I agree, I don't think you need Sumner Bonnie Lake in there.
Do you need this one at all, or is it covered up above?
I think, you know,
cover that
that's a good
before.
point. And this is about youth programs involving youth, so I think 2.5.3 could come out all together. Oops, I lost. So goal 3 is about supporting better access to education, about counseling services and intervention. Just a little bit different wording on that. We changed some things so that they're a little broader, so that the policy says educate public safety staff and integrate access to human services into the judicial system. So these are more directives. We've taken out the wording such as encourage and support, and these are much more assertive.
Can I ask a quick question back? 2.5.1, is it meant to say vacation or vocation? 2.5.1, is that vocation activities or vacation?
Yeah,
It's
that's
after school
interesting.
and
No, vacation,
yeah.
vacation.
Or vacation, oh, it meant to be vacation? Okay.
Oh, like
Sorry.
youth camps or something.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get it, I
You-
was
you
like.
threw me
vacation.
there
That threw
also,
me, I was
yeah.
like, sorry, okay, go ahead, this was, threw me off, I need to interrupt you. We're centered on vacation, I was like,
So 3.1 and 3.2 are really, this whole policy group is about providing youth and others information on safety, crisis intervention, and so forth. We don't provide a lot of these services, but we have some policies that encourage our cooperation with the agencies that do. Goal 4 about.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
On 3.2, I would recommend that we keep support efforts.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if community court went away, while we'll do our best to integrate human services in, this makes it a mandate,
Yeah,
so.
no, I agree.
Yep.
I was even wondering about 3.1
Yes.
on educate public safety staff on crisis intervention and referrals.
That's a state law, actually.
Yeah, so,
Oh, you have to leave that one as a mandate.
okay.
It's a mandate.
Support effort.
Andrew, what do you think about 3.2?
Support access to human services. I don't know necessarily, because we're pooling our opioid money with Pierce County, it may not be integrated in Sumner city limits, but it will still be a holistic program and providing access to.
Support efforts to access human services,
Yeah, our community court does involve a lot of human services, but none that I can think of except one is in Sumner. We have one program, treatment facility.
So I'm hearing on 3.2 to change that back to support access to human services into the human services in the judicial system.
Just
Something
leave
wrong
the
with that word.
judicial system out.
For participants in the judicial system?
Within,
The criminal justice system in general, which is really the 3.3 actually.
so 3.2, moving on, last call. Support access to human services within the judicial system.
Okay with that?
There are policies in here about addressing domestic violence. We didn't change any of these. Supporting programs that promote a healthy and active lifestyle.
Back to the domestic violence, wasn't there something that if youth were involved or in the presence of domestic violence, didn't the city have a policy or
We have a law.
a law? So should that be there or not, or is this cover?
Isn't that in the
everything?
state as well? No child
No.
should witness.
I don't think it's a state.
No, it's a local law we adopted. It's exposing a minor to domestic violence. It's a crime. It's a misdemeanor.
Right.
Yeah, so it's in our penal code.
Okay,
Yeah, no need to list it in here.
just read it recently.
Okay. Healthy and active lifestyle. There's not a lot that the city can actively do, but there are things like having, minimizing food deserts and having access to good, healthy foods, having a grocery store in this town center. These are old policies. I think that's always been a desire in the town center plan to have some kind of grocery service there. And see if we can't do better at encouraging medical facilities to locate in the community. And, encouraging and promoting events that encourage active lifestyles. And a lot of that we've done, I think, through our support of the YMCA.
And bike lanes.
And making sure we have our trail system that people can use.
It's okay to use words like complete trail system, even though we probably won't complete it in our time. It's okay to use that. It's not too strong. Like, I think we have a lot of support and encourage, and then that one says complete. Is that?
I would,
Well, it says and expands.
I would say that that the definition of what is complete would probably be over in the Parks and Trails plan.
Got it.
So I think we probably would be safe to say here,
That's 10-year.
but yeah, that's,
So I think I was gonna ask the same thing on 5.5 and 5.6 is like ensure there are distributed equitably. The word ensure, is it requiring us to build parks when we don't have the money? I'm just trying to figure out. The ensure is like, they're not saying fund, they use different verbs as well.
and this is actually an important policy because it gets at the state directive to show how we're addressing fair distribution, environmental justice, and so on, and providing opportunities for healthy lifestyles throughout a broad spectrum of people in the community. So it is a strong word, ensure.
Yeah, so, and it says distributed equitably throughout the community, so, I mean, you could look at our parks and open space plan map and kind of ascertain whether or not it's kind of distributed equitably and show that on the map as the plan, but you don't have to
You have to do it, okay.
do it. I mean, you're gonna do it eventually, hopefully, if funding
You're
comes through.
intentionally, you're picking those locations intentionally to.
Right.
Yes, identifying the
got a plan.
underserved neighborhoods and so on. And then maintaining walkability. Goal 6 is about climate resiliency and emergency preparedness for major climate disasters, climate events and disasters. And it's something we're required to have in our comprehensive plan, show how we're addressing climate resiliency. And so these are mostly new policies that talk about developing resilience hubs. So for example, the senior center might be a place that we provide food there that people can get to, or we have some other means of providing access for people. Ensuring that our parks and recreation facilities are refuges during extreme heat and cold events or wildfire events. So we might have warming centers set up at where would we have a warming, and maybe the senior center or
Library.
the library,
Should you add the library in there?
I'm just noticing that, so you mentioned the library, Ms. Potato. I think this says ensure that parks and recreation facilities So this policy is specifically about us using our parks and recreation facilities as, escape from heat island effects, but we could make it broader and say ensure that public city facilities
They could add it
Service
at
refuges.
6.2.1. She got the Y in there and the school district and seniors.
I don't think you wanna go too broad where someone has to come in and open the city shop or the treatment plant,
Mhm.
or, I think gotta be kind of like, these are available, not facilities are available.
I think it's okay the way it's written because it gives us a lot of latitude as partners change and.
Okay. Any other questions on that? Those sets of policies. Okay. All right. The next chapter to look at is the economic development and employment. We have a new policy that talks more about agritourism. We used to have policies more centered on agriculture, supporting agriculture, but we don't really have those kinds of uses here anymore. So it seems like there's going to be a shift to agritourism as one of our ways to attract people coming into town and staying here and coming in for events. We have some updates about encouraging sustainable and environmentally responsible industries. There's a new policy about coordinating our economic development regionally with all of our regional partners. Updating our infrastructure and programs to promote a qualified workforce. There's a new policy about monitoring impacts, again, on historically underserved communities. And we've added some policies about improving the climate resiliency of the local economy and local businesses. And a new policy to invest in programs that enhance downtown safety, and updates to our references to downtown organizations to be more generic. So I'll just jump into the language here. There's some background here about how many people actually are coming into Sumner to work. And it's interesting that about 19,300 people come into Sumner to work. And about 500 people here both work and live in Sumner. And that could have a lot to do with our housing, that we have such a small percentage that are actually here. There aren't a lot of major changes here. This policy is about maintaining a strong and diverse economy for all people with different types of businesses, different types of employment. We mentioned earlier the small innovative incubator businesses. So there's a wide range of businesses we want to support. Here's where I mentioned we change the term agriculture to agritourism, so that there's some options for people who produce agricultural products to come in and have retail services here, and that might include a store that sells products or a restaurant that sources local food. Industries that are clean, we took out the word clean, sustainable and environmentally responsible. And there was a lot of discussion at the Planning Commission about how to word that, and does that mean the same thing to everyone? Work with our regional partners, work with our Main Street Association and Sound Transit and others to make sure we're all working together to promote our downtown.
So wouldn't you do that, take out the Sumner Main Street to whatever, business association?
I just lost where that's 1.3.
1.3 and 1.11 both need to be generalized.
Yeah, tourism agencies or something, because they even changed the name of the Tacoma Pierce County Tourism Authority here recently.
Yeah.
It's no longer.
So you can maybe
I can
provide
work on
us some
something, yeah.
word, yeah, some,
I'll provide a general
1.3 and 1.11. Uh-huh, okay. 1.16 is about looking at our major freeway interchanges and trying to encourage the development of some retail and shopping opportunities there that would serve a regional market. So this would include, say, the 24th Street intersection over 64th and 166th by the on-ramps over in East Sumner. And we have had interest over the years in that intersection in East Sumner, people coming in and building some kind of big retail at the Buffalo, like at the Buffalo Ranch. And there's policies here about coordinating with other jurisdictions, coordinating economic development with other comprehensive plan policies. Goal 2 talks about a talented and qualified workforce that can afford to live near where they work, because as I just mentioned, a lot of the people who work here can't afford to work here. And you'll see this theme come up again when you look at the housing element. That's that challenge that we're trying to solve is providing that middle housing that's more affordable to teachers and people who work in the manufacturing industrial center. Here's more about career exploration programs that help people improve their skills. Policy 2.7 is about just checking periodically to see if our policies are consistent with the needs of the local populations, and also those populations that are affected by poverty, exclusion, and discrimination, and other historically underserved communities. Is there any discussion on that policy 2.7?
I wish 2.3 said welcomes diversity. I don't know why. I just feel like
2.3,
it said welcomes diversity. I feel like when I say celebrate diversity, I'm thinking really, I feel like I'm uncomfortable with the come welcome because I don't like wearing pink, which is maybe I'm a stick in the mud, but I always feel like welcoming diversity, celebrating is like, I don't know, to me, I'm like, I just feel like that's Seattle. So it sounds like the parades they have where they, what's that one where they don't wear any clothes?
Pride.
Things like that. But I'm
I'm
like,
sorry,
oh.
Mr. L. I'm sorry, which policy are you?
2.3. I would rather it was like just toned down like welcomes diversity. But I don't know if anybody has that same opinion. I just feel like makes
So we're gonna get
Well, I
you-
think the meaning,
I'll wear it,
the
but-
intent of the meaning is the same.
well, welcoming is to me, welcoming is everyone's welcome. Celebrating is like you're different. We're gonna like woo. It's like to me, it's different. To me, like I welcome everyone. I want everyone to be here. Celebrating is to me is really emphasizing the
the difference.
minority versus just welcoming the minority, which I think is great.
Or accepting
Or
everyone.
accepting, it's just it just is a little like to me the celebrating. I'm like I don't know. It's a very I get what but to me it sounds very Seattle, and I feel like we're more Mayberry. I still like Mayberry.
Well, I think the city of Sumner has specific celebrations for specific groups. I thought I saw something about Hispanics. Definitely, February is Black History Month. I've seen that, so
Yeah,
I think
whatever
that's
you
what
do.
that's getting at. And to me, that's celebrate. There's an act. I mean, there's an effort to celebrate the diverseness.
And it's fine. I just to me it means something. And I'm like,
I'll bring you the pink.
You're missing out with not pink
Fremont Parade
shirts.
is what I think. You know, painted clothes or whatever they do. Like, oh.
But I think, Andy, you have to read the whole statement. Encourage cultural activities such as visual, literary, and performance art that involve the community and create a regional identity that celebrates diversity. So, I mean, it's the whole statement, right? Because
Yeah,
it
the
talks about celebrating up in those prior activities. So
I just know they added those words. To
you're
make
just
it
gonna
a-
have to get used to pink, I guess. I don't know. I mean, we're not gonna have a naked parade going down the streets.
Hey,
That's
Say
not
never.
my intent.
Never
Not-
say never.
I didn't say never, I just said not.
I guess.
That's right, we're good.
Okay.
Just
You
brought that.
pulled her all the way back.
Yep.
Move forward, sorry, don't make a mistake.
Where were you?
She was 2.7.
So on 2.7, we already determined that I'll remove the term historically.
Yeah.
I like this wording myself because using the terms people who are affected by poverty, exclusion, discrimination, people understand what those terms are.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it looks good, just taking out historically.
We good then? Any other thoughts or comments on that?
Nope, looks like we're good.
Goal number 4 is a little more specific about locally owned and women and minority owned businesses. We haven't really used that term in our economic development policies. So it's not just small businesses. We're trying to be more assertive when it comes to minority owned and women owned businesses. Any comments on that?
I can say when we did the business grants, utilizing ARPA funds, we had, basically you would score higher if you checked the box, you know, this is minority owned or it's woman minority owned. So we've implemented that in some ways.
And I think even with some of the public works grants, we need to have
Yeah,
some
you're right.
policies that say we support
Yeah, I think you're right.
these different types of businesses. Another policy related to climate resiliency, goal number 5, it talks about how do we help the business community be more prepared for climate change and also to resist its carbon emissions where practicable. So we have a Sumner Emergency Management Plan, and that does involve to some extent what happens with businesses. And there's policy, all these are new, as you can see. There's a policy about supporting local businesses to bolster climate preparedness and connecting them with resources and programs such as how do they connect back to the power grid? You know, can they provide some other means of providing power to their business in the event of an extreme weather event and so on. And there's also a new policy about supporting programs that facilitate a green jobs scenario in the future so that new businesses can provide more green, we can use the term green sustainable types of jobs and train people for that kind of work in those new sectors. There's policies supporting the resilience of the local food economy by encouraging farmers markets and expanding community gardening opportunities. And it's specific here for private development sites and nonprofit sites. So there's in the code, what we would have is that what we propose is a new allowance for community gardens, which we don't actually have. So the idea is that along with agritourism, along with supporting more local food sources, our policies and our code would support the establishment of community gardens, or a pea patch, let's say, on a church property. We don't actually allow that right now. So this will enable those kinds of sites.
There one at the Lutheran Church,
Yeah.
but you don't allow it?
Not outright. It might be part of their conditional use permit. And so this just clarifies that we want to make sure that nonprofits, for example, the food bank, that could be a great site for a community garden where people can come in. Promoting purchasing locally And that helps reduce carbon emissions and improves our local distribution of goods. So any questions on those climate resiliency policies?
That doesn't say fund. Support is
Doesn't say
great.
what?
I'm glad it doesn't say fund, 'cause that'd be scary. Some of those
Okay,
are really
fund,
scary.
That's good.
Yes, and this is, you know, the directive from the state isn't telling cities that they have to fund new climate programs or start funding green energy infrastructure and programs. But they are telling us that we have to address climate resiliency. So these policies help us show that we've addressed that. This policy remains the same, promoting downtown as our cultural and historic center. We've tried to remove references to specific agencies or organizations and make it more generic. Oops. And here's a policy the commission felt was important, is investing in resources and programs that enhance public safety downtown.
I'd recommend that we change it to support investment in resources.
I was waiting for you to mention. So 6.1.3, support investment in.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, and that is the intent, and it's. A lot of these are, I'm skimming through these are adopted policies in the town center plan. And with many of these plans, we take the neighborhood plan policies and we import them into the comprehensive plan. So that's what you're seeing here. There were some updates. For example, we don't have a Red Apple site anymore. The library site is not downtown anymore, or won't be. Again, removing some specific agency names. And then there are a couple policies about supporting our MIC, partnering with other agencies, and 7.1, expanding outreach to businesses up there. And a lot of these are things that we're already doing. Ryan's the economic development director, and he's already working on a lot of these programs and going to frequent meetings with the different businesses and agencies that work toward supporting the Sumner Pacific MIC. Any questions on Goal 7 and those policies?
7.4, does that mean we're not supporting Derringer School District? It just says the local school district. Just, maybe that's fine, I just was.
Probably should be plural.
Well, it's,
maybe.
Well, it might just be, it might just
Derringer really isn't
plural,
in
but
the city.
I don't know if it,
we really need to be
It's not.
working with high schools and CTE programs and stuff,
it might be fine.
placement. It's not, and Derringer doesn't have a high school, so, but it could,
And then I was debating.
we could say local school districts.
Community
too,
college
just to be
means
broad.
just Pierce, not Green River. I'm just trying to figure out.
I think it just needs to be general, cause you have both of those within.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out which one.
And TCC and.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be more general on those two.
Sounds like we're saying local school districts, community colleges.
Yeah, that's,
But keeping the word local in there, I think is
Yes.
the intent.
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Although, if you continue down 7.4, what is our role in creating paid internships for businesses in the MIC that we have no control over?
I don't think you really have any role.
yeah, as far as creating paid internships, I mean, all we would be is potentially a conduit of connection,
Right.
like this employer is looking for, and we
But I-
connect those two.
We're
people.
the
But it's just
recipient
the
of
city
interns, and we do that, the SEEP program, and
Create, so you're partnering to create.
You just might wanna,
Maybe
How about
partner to support.
encourage the local school district right? Partner means that we're taking a active
Active
role
role.
and
Yeah.
putting it together. Whereas if we just encourage them to work together to do that.
Yeah, that sounds
I
good.
like that.
Yeah, how about encourage partnerships between
Yes.
local school district, community colleges, and SPMIC employers.
I think what's missing out of that language change is any city role at all. And I believe the idea here is to say the city should take some kind of a role, and that could even be as simple as having an internship program. Or it's not talking about funding, but there could be different ways that we discover that we could support and even play an active role in these types of internships.
We don't do any manufacturing, food processing, or warehousing employment.
Yes, okay.
I think
I mean,
it's,
and
Yeah.
I've
it's a
done these
different
from the
policy.
business side. I have never gone to a city to help me. From the business element, I've gone to the local colleges, the local high
Mhm.
schools, and we've created internships in the business, but I've never gone to the city to promote it.
so
Yeah.
in a
Trying to
business,
figure out the integration.
in a business retention visit, where I might be sitting there across the desk from CEO who's running a business, like, hey, how is it going with employment? Do you guys have how's it, oh, we're having a hard time recruiting people. Do you have any connections, or would it be helpful to have a connection with the CTE program at the high school if they don't already? And so that would just be me partnering with,
So you're kind of brokering.
brokering the deal, yeah, understanding they have a need, they don't have a connection, I help them make that connection. So
But is that something that, I mean, do you do that out of kindness because you see it, or is it one of your roles and responsibilities in your job?
it'd be part of the roles and responsibilities of economic development. Because I'd also be sitting next to maybe somebody from the Chamber of Commerce or somebody from the Economic Development Board of the county, and they also have other resources they might bring to play with that employer, like, oh, well, here's a, inexpensive loan option, for example, or for other things they may be trying to accomplish.
The language you were suggesting is support partnerships?
Yeah, I said
Support-
encourage partnerships between local school districts, community colleges, and employers.
Welcome partnerships with us.
Celebrate.
Celebrate partnerships?
Celebrate. We should celebrate partnerships. Come on, let's add that. I can get excited about it.
Always t-shirts.
Sounds like we like to encourage.
We do a lot of encouraging,
Okay.
supporting and encouraging.
So again, another goal and set of policies about supporting the MIC. We have our SEPA environmental, State Environmental Policy Act. There are thresholds for permits, and there's an opportunity to possibly raise those thresholds to allow more businesses to expand their businesses without as many permit processes that they have to go through. So that's the idea behind 8.1. 8.2 is partnering with the Department of Commerce on the regulatory roadmap project, which we already have online. Ryan has worked extensively with Commerce to set that up, and it's an online tool that business owners who are looking at Sumner can use to plug in their criteria, their parameters, and see where they might be able to fit in Sumner, and also understand more about the regulatory environment here and the permitting environment. So it's a really good tool for them. Goal 9 and policies are about encouraging a range of small and large industrial businesses. As you know, most of our businesses are the big warehouses and distribution facilities, but there's an opportunity to have other types of businesses as well, such as small businesses and also specialty manufacturing and artisan district types of businesses where there might be new businesses that are more artisanal types of businesses that can't find an appropriate place to locate.
It makes me laugh because it says we're supporting them, encouraging them in the Pacific area, not the Sumner area, which makes me like, why is it in Arco? So it's like saying we want them, but not in Sumner.
Yeah.
Is that what
Good-
it meant? What does it mean?
Good question. So we are the Sumner Pacific Manufacturing Industrial Center in our regional designation. And the reason Pacific is in that is because a portion of Pacific's industrial area is actually taken in the MIC. And when you look at kind of their historical kind of development pattern in their MIC, we thought they have smaller lots, so they're not as conducive to like large warehouse buildings, but they would be more conducive to smaller specialty manufacturing. And it would also kind of raise the density of employment in that area. If you can imagine, you have a small shop that employs, 5 or 6 people, you might have a 500,000 square foot warehouse that employs 20 people, right? So you can kind of raise the density of employment. So it was intentional. These policies were kind of drawn from our MIC plan and put in here. So that's why it references Pacific. We could do, I think, yeah, there may be places in Sumner where it would also work, but we ended up referencing Pacific in this particular place. Oh
Well,
yeah, and where appropriate in Sumner. So it does.
Well, and it makes sense once you describe it that way.
Yeah.
Right?
Just- I read it, I
Once
was
you get
like,
the
oh.
backstory, but I was with Andy and thought, wow, we're gonna.
Well, now we're writing Pacific's plan.
We want this to come to Sumner.
We are,
If there's a way, yeah, if there's a way to change the wording where it doesn't sound like you're trying to get them out of here. I get it.
Great, so anything else on those?
9.4, the next one, daycare needs to be childcare. Just to be consistent.
Medical services and daycare. What if it was, so I don't know about the verbiage daycare, but kind of what if somebody takes care of a parent and they need them to be in a place? I say that because I did that, so I needed to find a place for my dad to go. It was daycare for him, as he got older, so I
It
mean.
doesn't say child daycare, so it could
Yeah.
be daycare.
It could be. I hear you, but is it limiting if it's just childcare, or is it?
There is adult daycare versus an adult home.
Exactly.
When it's that, and I don't think we want to allow adult family homes in the manufacturing industrial center.
Right.
But if it's adult daycare, that's a different, I'm not familiar enough with the actual service.
yeah, good point though, because it's,
We could say.
Maybe just to think about it in the future,
We could add that term.
I mean, it's not an adult home, it's daycare. for
But I
adults.
think historically, people most employees are concerned about daycare, childcare, yeah.
Right.
And so,
The fact that we don't include adult daycare, it doesn't preclude that.
Right.
The point here is we want these smaller businesses that support the workers up there. So they can run and drop off their child and have a place to go pick up something affordable to eat for lunch, or go get a flu shot, let's say, at a medical clinic down the street.
yeah, this is just an example of some options that are available. There could be lots more.
Can expand on it. Got it.
Yes.
So it's not limiting.
No, that's not limiting. Okay. Essential public facilities, this should look familiar to the council. The council passed the Essential Public Facilities Ordinance a few months ago. And these are the policies in the comprehensive plan that drove those code updates. So we've adopted policies that establish guidelines for siting facilities and complying with new state guidelines. And again, essential public facilities include the big things like a landfill or an airport, but they also include behavioral health facilities like recovery residences and group homes and so on. And that was in February of 2024, the council adopted the new code. Let's see. These policies were already in our code. We're required to have an essential public facilities element that shows how, that describes how a local jurisdiction deals with essential public facilities. And so we have a few updates to this, updating some of the terms. Working with the county and cities to establish a process for citing regional facilities. So if the county wants to cite a landfill in Sumner, there's language about partnership with them, and also language about making sure that agencies who want to cite these facilities have to take into account noise, light, impacts, and so forth, and that they're not burdening Sumner disproportionately with those impacts. And we've updated the language in these policies to ensure that facilities provide mitigation for their impacts, and that could include fiscal mitigation as appropriate for those impacts. And the agency has to demonstrate under policy 1.6, the agency has to demonstrate that there's a justifiable need for the facility and that it needs to be located in Sumner. And the second part of this policy is that consistent with our policy here, the agency proposing this facility is going to have to allow for adequate public opportunity to participate and comment and understand the benefits. There's very little opportunity for a local jurisdiction to say no, but participating in the process is also important, and ensuring that there are adequate mitigation measures is important. And then these policies establish the citing criteria, and I won't go through these because these are what pretty much you adopted in the code in February. So they have to show what the specific needs are of the facilities. They have to be consistent with our comprehensive plan. They have to identify all of the impacts and again provide mitigative measures. So that's pretty much it for essential public facilities. Any question on those?
Looks like no. Let's go to the next one.
Here's a fun one, parks and open space. Parks policies are a required part of a comprehensive plan. Although the parks plan itself is a separate document that you've seen recently and was recently adopted, the policies that you adopted in the 2024 Parks and Trails Plan go into the comprehensive plan, just a couple of pages. So what you're seeing here is a direct cut and paste from the 2024 Parks Plan. And I'm just going to scroll through so you get a sense of what this is, but this is not, it's not anything different or changed from the adopted Parks Plan. And then the map here showing our Parks and Trails facilities, that's directly out of the Parks Plan that you adopted. And like the Parks Plan, the Shoreline Master Program is also a required component of the comprehensive plan. But the Shoreline Master Program itself lives in a document elsewhere. It's a very extensive, comprehensive document. So we're only required to have a part of the Shoreline Master Program in our comprehensive plan, and that's the set of policies. The only thing in this comprehensive plan update that we're revising in the shorelines element is just the introduction. And there was a lot of outdated text, a lot of incorrect references to codes and state law. So this introduction is just updated in order to be a little more clear about the role of the Shoreline Master Program and its relationship to the comprehensive plan. Everything else, the goals and policies that you see further here are straight out of the existing adopted Shoreline Master Program. No changes there. We're not changing shoreline policies and goals because those have to be changed through a separate process. There was no compelling need, first of all. to change any of those policies right now. But at some point, the state's gonna ask cities to update their shoreline master programs. And so you'll be seeing that and looking at the goals and policies and going through this update.
Yeah, it's on a similar requirement for updates as our comprehensive plan. I can't remember what the schedule is, but you're right.
Yeah.
Eventually, we're gonna have to look
Yeah,
at an
can't
update.
either.
And the shoreline master program regulates properties along the land along the rivers within 200 feet of the ordinary high water mark of the Puyallup and White River. And it has special permitting and special requirements based on that, and also sets setback requirements from the river for development, so anywhere from 50 to 200. And it's the only planning document that actually gets adopted into state law by Department of Ecology.
And this is just a map that goes along with the shoreline master program. It shows the different buffer widths that Sumner has adopted for the river. And so that's it.
I apologize, 'cause I know we've been here already 4 hours, but we do need to step back real quick to economic development, item 6.
What do we overcommit to?
Why are we
What
looking
do
at
we
that one?
fund? What are we funding?
So, element 6, or item 6 in that element rather, this is promote downtown as the town's cultural, historic, and activity center of the entire community. 6.2, Ryan and Ann, can you clarify, did that come straight out of the town center plan, just lift it out of there and put here? 6.2.
6.1.2.
6.2,
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay,
Every 5 years?
yep.
Probably.
That is exactly from, yeah.
We
Yeah,
have
that
not
is,
done that.
that's in the ordinance. It's exactly what.
Yeah, we have not done that.
So we need to reword this language a little bit because we may not need to do it every 5 years.
Yeah.
And also 6.2.2, improve safety by creating additional lighting and pedestrian. That sounds pretty much like an edict, like we're going to do that and we need to not mandate that. I mean, where appropriate, it makes sense. So I think we need to add a where appropriate after 6.2.2. And then 6.2.3, really that ties back up to 6.2 in general. So I think we could massage the language in there to give us a little bit of flexibility that we'll do it as needed and it should be approximately every 5 years. I personally have already had conversations with Ryan. I think after the Sound Transit Garage opens, we need to do a parking study because
Right.
that's going to dramatically change how parking is happening downtown. Probably for the better, to be honest.
Let's hope.
Yeah, that's hopeful. That's even
Yeah.
For a
right?
while anyway.
So staff will work on some changes to that give us a little more flexibility if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
Good catch.
So is that
Now I'm
it?
done. Thank you.
There you go.
Any more
Did it quick, it was
questions?
only 2 minutes.
Any more questions?
To wrap this up, do I show your last slides?
Yeah, I'm still looking at that 5 years. I don't know if that's a state requirement. For the sub
It
area.
was to appease a lot of concern about
Okay.
parking.
Okay.
Just to do.
My tailbone.
It doesn't wanna get to the last slide. So, the goals for this meeting, I think we reviewed the first 10 elements and you gave us comments and revisions. And then at your October 28th meeting, you'll be looking at housing, land use, housing regulations, environment, stream buffers, historic and cultural resources, transportation, that's gonna be November. So, next month we'll have housing, we'll have all these,
What's the date on the next meeting? Is it a
is October 28th.
Oh, it's a
It's a normal,
November
okay,
It's a normal
It's a
meeting.
normal,
The Wednesday is the candidates.
yes.
Yes, yeah, okay.
So
Thank you, everyone, for the great feedback. I know it was a long meeting, but this is important work that we do once every 10 years. and You're the lucky ones that are on council right now, so. Thank you, and
I'm
I'll
gonna
turn
go
back to the
celebrate.
deputy mayor to adjourn when she
You
sees.
cannot celebrate.
So the special study session is adjourned at my time that shows 6:17. Oh, it's 6:17.
Nice. Thanks, Ann.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
you. Yeah,
Brian,
thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Great
Yeah.
For
job.
all your comments.
Yeah, I was laughing at you because I
Thanks
turned
for
around.
bringing
You
that
were
up.
thinking